Welcome, everybody, to Talking Guitars and 80s Metal Live. We are live Tuesday, May 3rd. And you might notice we are starting pretty late today, more than a few minutes late. I'm just going to come out and say it. We are having a very rough time doing today's show. Today will be a very poignant episode of Talking Guitars and 80s Metal Live. We'll try to fit some laughs in there, but overall, we are going to make tonight dedicated specifically to our friend and at one point co-host David NESDALL, who unfortunately passed away yesterday. And it's rough because, you know, I've known Dave for many years. Johnny has known Dave for many years. I've been personally friends with him, you know, for a good chunk of my life, and worked with him on and off. And today's episode is dedicated to him. We'll be talking about him. We'll be celebrating his life, and it's not easy. And I'm just going to say that, you know, a lot of feelings are running high between his friends, his fans, his family. It's not an easy episode to do, but I want to dedicate most of today for Dave. I'm going to point out, for starters, we're not going to do super chats today. We got one already from Sherman Callahan. Thank you, Sherman. That money, and we urge any other money you'd like to give during this episode, go down to at the bottom of your screen. In memory of David NESDALL, in his name, please make a donation to www.kidney.org to make a donation in his name. So please don't give us super chats tonight. We don't want the money tonight, and Sherman's $50 will be forwarded, since you made it already before we made that announcement, to kidney.org in David NESDALL's name.
Thank you, Sherman.
Thank you very much, Sherman.
Sherman.
Apologies for starting so late today. Like I said, this is a very emotional episode for all of us. We will be taking phone calls through the episode. We will have basically like a group memory of Dave, because even though tensions and feelings of a lot of people are high, and some are upset, and well, I mean, I guess we're all upset. It's deserving. There's not enough tribute you can give to David NESDALL. I'm saying that as a friend. I'm saying that as someone that will miss him very much. We'll be posting the funeral arrangements as well. Let me see. I have, Johnny, do you have that to go, or I have that? If not, I could just read it.
I can grab it.
Okay, so I'll announce it anyway for those of you that are just listening to it. There will be a funeral Saturday, May 7th. That's this Saturday between 11 and 1 at the McLaughlin Kramer Meigel Funeral Home. You notice Kramer's in there? That's kind of appropriate, right?
Yeah.
That's spelled McLaughlin. Next word Kramer, like the guitar, Kramer. God, Dave would have loved that. Meigel, Megiel Funeral Home. That's at 220 Glen Street, Glen Cove, New York, 11542. You can send flowers if you like, but in lieu of that, you can make, and I really recommend this instead, make a contribution to the Kidney Foundation under David NESDALL's name. And, you know, we want you to do that because Dave was waiting for a kidney transplant. Dave went through a lot. You know, he went through dialysis, and, you know, these people helped him a lot. And we owe them. So anything, whether it be money you would normally give to a super chat today, or flowers you would normally send to a funeral home, please give in tribute in tribute to Dave to www.kidney.org and put it in David NESDALL's name, NESDALL. Let's get the credits out of the way. Let's get all the usual gobbledygook out of the way. Let's give thanks to our executive producers, the big bosses. Let's say hi to Dave Ennis, Vinyl Freak 5150, Mike Neese, Music Therapy Laz, Majestic PB and J Cat, Wayno, Steve O 5150, False Flag, Sherman Callahan, Andy Carson, Michael B, R Habs, Warlag, the Chad, Lawrence Christensen, Linny Lou and my little geriatric sex kitten Mary, James Gum, John Moronic, Paul Martin Woods, Stephen Franklin, Michael the Captain Smith, Thomas Santiago, Joe Christian, Jimmy Ray Hawkins, David Allen Wright, and Steve Carmichael.
Steve Carmichael.
Those are the top tier channel members. Those are the big bosses. That is who takes the blame for all the shit shenanigans that that unfortunately I burden the show with. They get all the restraining orders. They get all the bad news. So that is them. I think I just want to start off by, for those of you that don't know who Dave NESDALL was, to the guitar community, Dave was known as that guy that everybody saw, whether they were back in the day on 48th Street, working at what was he, at Manny's, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Back in the day,
music.
And I think he worked at a few other stores over the years. He played around in various shows, and he was just one of the big aficionados early on of Eddie Van Halen. He had luthier skills that a lot of people didn't know about. Unless he set up a guitar for you, because if he set up a guitar for you, boy, you knew, because he was really good at it. He did a few of them for me. But most of all, he was that guy that was in our group. And I say our group as those 80s hair band and hard rock and heavy metal guys. He was that guy that would literally just give you the shirt off his back rather. He just, I don't remember even where I first met Dave. I know I met him back in the day. I know we crossed paths at various shows. I remember specifically. Go ahead.
So you met him years before you were even on this?
I met him years before, casually here, casually there. We always crossed paths. We became really close friends more in the last, I guess 20 years. But I met him back in the day, just one of those guys you cross paths with, I said, I know we were at a lot of the same shows. For instance, Steve Vai played a tribute benefit at Spit Rocks in 1980, I think 88. And both of us were at that show. And
that's cool.
Years later, Dave had a photo blown up from that show, and he had it framed with the guitar picks, and he gifted it to me. And I have it right here, actually. This is the type of person Dave NESDALL was. He just basically said, "You're my friend, and I would do anything for my friends." And he did. And this is the type of thing. He had this photo frame. This is Steve Vai at the specific show that Dave and I were both at. And again, we weren't close friends then, just, that guy. Oh, that guy. Okay. But you see it has some of Steve's guitar picks framed with it. And that night we both saw the show, and Dave remembers the guitar that Steve was giving away for charity was one of Steve's personal favorites, and Dave had a very close connection to it. And I'll be showing it later. I'll just tell you right off, that will be tonight's show and tell guitar of the week, because it was something that I always said to Dave, if anything ever happens to me, this is designated to go to you. It was my Dave's favorite guitar in my collection, not the one Steve's playing here, but the one Steve gave away that night. And we both had a big connection with it. And when Dave and I got together one day, Dave basically, said, "Hey, I'm doing a podcast, and I'm a part of a podcast on the Johnny Beane show," and I didn't know what that was, but basically, him and Johnny and Jay at the time were doing the show, and he said, "I would love to have you as a guest." And I said, "Why me as a guest? I'm not, he says, "Well, you're a very well-known guitar collector, but more so you were on the TV show Lost. That's a big deal. I think it would be really cool to show, someone that's in the TV world, someone that's in, you've done movies and stuff. I think it would be neat to show an actor that collects guitars. You could bring on a couple of guitars, and specifically that one would be great to show, that one with, that Steve I gave away." So I came over that night, and Dave had me on as a guest on the show. And, the show was very different then, obviously, with Johnny and Jay and Dave. It wasn't as foul mouthed, obviously. I brought,
Not at all.
I brought a lot of turmoil to the show. But look, the audience and I had a fun time. So Dave brought me back for a second episode, and a part 2 of an interview. And I talked about, TV shows and stuff like that. And after that, both Dave and Johnny said, "Hey, if you want to come on more often, come on. You could come on every week if you want." And I did. And, so you would not be dealing with any of my bullshit if not for Dave, just as a friend, inviting me on as a guest initially, to come on the show. I would not be a part of this show at all. I would not be doing Tuesday nights. I would not be a part of this channel. So, that's something, one of many things that I owe Dave. And, we were all, we did the show for a number of years, with various lineup changes on Tuesday night, because Tuesday basically became Talking Guitars and 80's Metal. It was initially just called Talking Guitars, and eventually the shows broke into, well, Saturday Night Live is these guys, and Tuesday will be Talking Guitars and 80's Metal, and and Friday will be the Van Halen show. And when we started the channel getting our footing, so the lineups have changed on Tuesday night. It was, initially myself, Johnny, Dave, and Jay, then myself, Johnny, and Dave, then myself and Johnny, then Paulie came on. And, Dave eventually went off, as you know, to start his own channel and his own show, Nez Says. And those should be available on YouTube as well. He did that with Ty Price, and he had a run of those. And then him and Ty went their separate ways into different shows, and Dave formed a new show. And I remember being over Dave's house at one point, and we're having pizza, and he's telling me, I'm not using the name Nez Says anymore. That was a different show, but I can't come up with another name. And I sat there with a pad and paper, and I'm bouncing names off him. I finally came up with Guitar Town Hall with Dave NESDALL. And I thought it had a nice ring to it. And, it took a second for him to think for a minute, and he liked it. And he went with that. And he had, a bunch of episodes of that you could also look up on YouTube. And Dave has always been wanting to provide knowledge to the guitar community. Dave was very, very knowledgeable, and Dave always wanted to share that knowledge. That's the beautiful thing. One of many beautiful things about Dave was he wanted to always share his knowledge. He had a vast knowledge of guitars and of Van Halen and of technical things about guitars. And him and our mutual friend, you should all know, Rob Johnson, always were like two very big Van Halen replica guys that they knew if they looked at a Van Halen replica guitar, they're like, nah, this wasn't the right type of screw. This pickup should be at a little more of an angle. The paint is off a little bit. It wasn't this type of reflector. They knew, and they made a point to share that knowledge. And Dave, above all, wanted to share that type of knowledge with everybody. I of course want to come on like a hurricane and make everyone laugh and be silly and dirty and pervy and all sorts of craziness. And sometimes that upset Dave, in a tongue-in-cheek way. It's like, could you calm down so I could tell people about this guitar? And I'm sitting there playing with my crotch. But this is the type that that I am versus Dave. I'm basically an idiot, and Dave was a professional. And this is the thing, though. He always had those intentions to just share that knowledge, to educate, sort of in the same way I always talk about Randy Rhoads. As good as he was, he always wanted to be the quintessential teacher of music. He always wanted to share knowledge of how he played something. Dave was the same way in his knowledge of guitars and his knowledge of Van Halen in that. And Dave always wanted to present all that stuff to the audience. And that's one of the things that, he finally got to do when he, took his own show. He really got very technical with a lot of, how to. You want to know how to install a Floyd? You want to know how to change this? You want to know what proper tuners? Dave did that. And that was just one of the nice things about him, is his generosity. Generosity and knowledge, generosity and sharing things. And like I said, something like this. This was something Dave gave to me because he knew we shared a good memory as teenagers. We were at a show together. This gave Dave a lot of joy. It was hanging up in his room. I didn't even want him to give it to me because he said, no. You know what? You have the guitar from that night. You need to have this. You need to have the guitar picks, and you need to have the photo because it was a good memory we both share. And that's the type of guy that Dave was. He wanted to, he always was a pleaser. He was always a pleaser. He always, you basically asked him for a favor. There wasn't a no on his lips. He basically, I wish I'd meet girls like that, boy. But Dave was a person who shared his knowledge of playing, his techniques for setting up things. And again, go on his channel, check out some of his videos, check out some episodes of Nez Says, go check out some episodes of Town Hall with Dave NESDALL. And this will be pure Dave, just pure, let me share my knowledge with you. Let me share what I know with you. And, that's as a professional, that's, that comes from knowledge of working at Manny's and building guitars and, doing luthier work and so many things that he did. And, there will be another tribute show to him, I believe, on Thursday, probably on his channel. I believe it's on his channel. I'm not exactly sure, the details yet, but look for it. It will be spread around the community very well. I know yesterday, very rough for me because, like I said, Dave and I have known each other on and off through our lives, both as, mostly as friends first, and then later on as professional coworkers on the air, for many, many, many years. And, we always got along. Dave was obviously more about knowledge and I'm more about humor, but I loved making him laugh. And, it's hard when I woke up yesterday and my inbox had a few messages from various people. I won't go into who. And I had 4 messages that David passed away. And I messaged his wife, Desiree, and eventually I got a hold of her on the phone, and it was unfortunately true. And that really set me down yesterday. It ruined my day, of course, and I spent most of the day in bed, depressed, sleeping, crying. Because when you lose a friend, and you lose a friend so young, Dave was not old. I knew he had a lot of health problems. I knew he was diabetic and had small amputations because of that he suffered through. I knew he was going through dialysis and was waiting for a kidney transplant for a while. He used to call me sometimes while during dialysis and talk to me, and basically we'd talk about guitars, and of course I'd try to make him laugh with my silly perverted madness. And I'd hear his eyes roll over the phone, but I knew he was amused at the same time, even if sometimes he didn't want to admit it. But he had a lot of health issues, and I was always very worried with him about those, but obviously hopeful. And yesterday came very unexpected, very unexpected. I have to put this out to everyone. 133 watching. Please leave a thumbs up on the video, if you will, and leave comments about Dave in the video if you would. I'd appreciate that. But one of the things that I have to express today to all of you is your friends. You always think they're going to be a phone call away. You never expect someone, especially when they're young, especially even when they're sick. You always think, oh, my friend won't die. He's a young guy. He's my age or a little younger than my age or a little older than my age, but he's a young guy. You don't see it coming. But I'm glad I spoke to him, and I spoke to him many, many, many times on and off in recent times. But I last spoke to him about 10 days ago when his birthday was. I called him up and we had a nice conversation, as we always did. And, I'm glad I got to wish him that happy birthday. I'm sad that he never got to see his first anniversary. That would be, I believe, in July. But I need to stress to all of you watching right now, listening right now, that don't take any of your friends for granted. Don't ever take for granted that they'll always be there, because in the blink of an eye, you could lose someone that you love. And believe me, I cannot stress enough how much I had love for my friend, my brother, my co-host, Dave NESDALL. You never know when you plan on them being there and God has other plans for them. And, while I, figured, hey, I could just any day call them up and grab some pizza, or call them up and get together and talk about guitars, or just pop over when I'm in New York here and there. you always think that day is available, and sometimes it's just not. So if you have friends, and I know we all do, that you have not talked to in a while, not made amends with, had a stupid fight with, or been meaning to call them now. Not this minute, not during the show, but I mean call them soon. Call them as if this is going to be the last day you speak to them, and just spend some time. Call them, have a conversation, tell them the things that you wanted to tell them all along, that you value their friendship, that you love them. Tell them, because I never imagined that when I hung up the phone with Dave on his birthday, that it would be the last time I would speak to him. And I'm glad I remembered his birthday. And I'm glad a lot of people remembered his birthday. And I'm glad a lot of people are here on the show. And I'm glad a lot of people spoke up on Facebook about him. Because Dave is a guy that deserved that. He deserved that kind of love. He deserved that kind of appreciation. And, he was that guy that would just give you the fucking shirt off your back, off his back. I keep saying it wrong. I'm so sorry. But he was that type of guy, generous with his time, generous with his knowledge, generous with his friendship. And every time I hugged that man, I knew that it was a genuine hug. I knew it was coming from the heart, that this was someone that loved me as a friend, and that I was proud to be a part of his life. And I was so proud to have him more in my life. And, it's just time to know that, to remember that we all have friends that we just take for granted will be there, and sometimes they won't. So please, 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 at some point, call up those friends you haven't and just tell them, I'm so happy that we're friends, and I appreciate you, and I love you. Just do that for me. As I was saying, speaking of friends, I'm going to mention this numerous times through the show. Dave NESDALL, please donate to www.kidney.org. In his name, make a donation. It could be small, it could be generous. Just something to say, I appreciated David NESDALL. I appreciated who he was. I appreciated all he contributed to the guitar community. If you were friends with him and you were lucky enough to know him, as I was, then you also say, hey, thank you for being my friend and for enriching my life with your friendship. Thank you for being a bright light in my life. Thank you for inspiring me, for being a person that literally went through so much with the diabetes and the amputations and the sickness and the kidney dialysis, and yet we're still able to inspire other people that, hey, you can live with this, you can get through this. So please do both those things. Tell your friends you love and appreciate them while they're still here, because you never know. And please donate something in David NESDALL's name to www.kidney.org. Let's also talk about probably the best thing about Dave being on this show for so many years. And when I say so many years, Dave started early on with Johnny, and we have some clips we'll play a little bit. But the best thing that ever happened to Dave, and these were his words, were through this show, he met a fan named Desiree, and they got closer and closer and got to know each other, and they fell in love. And Desiree loved him for exactly who he was. She didn't care that he had health issues. She didn't care that he got upset over those health issues sometimes, and justifiably so. She didn't care he wasn't a wealthy man. She didn't care anything except the heart that he had, that big heart of gold that was Dave NESDALL. And Dave saw her as, hey, here's someone that's just wonderful to me, that makes me so happy, that is a fan of the show, but really not looking at me as the guy on TV. She's looking at me as, hey, here's this guy that's just a good guy, a pure guy, a real guy, a loyal, a devoted, a loving guy with so much love to give. And Dave and Desiree fell in love, and they moved in together. And thank God they were able to get married last July. And he's told me many times, I can't believe how lucky I am to have Desiree, to fall in love with someone so beautiful, so pure inside and out, that really, really cares about me. And Desiree also couldn't believe her luck, that I fell in love with someone so great, so wonderful. And this is just one of those chance meetings in the world where two people find each other, you know? And I just love that it's just, you never know where God takes you. They always say, a door closes and a window opens, and, life leads you into crazy, crazy directions you don't see coming, and your love hits you when you don't see coming. And, suddenly you have different things that affect your life. And Dave and Desiree met on this show and fell in love and got married. And they were the most beautiful couple. I love them so much. I always say, there's two couples I always admired, and one was Dave and Desiree. For the record, the other was Jay and Jeannie Hannon, because I think they're just beautiful people. But Dave and Desiree were such a beautiful match of soulmates. And I always loved going over there and hanging with them both. And talk about a match made in heaven. They were just so perfect for each other. I'm glad that they were together at the end, even though the end had to come, and I wish it didn't. I'm glad they were together. And I'm so sorry that he never got to see his first anniversary, but I'm glad that when he went, he was truly happy. He was the happiest he'd been in his life. He was in love. And, I'm sad that, his health was deteriorating. I'm glad he's not in pain anymore. But it's never easy losing a friend. And Dave was like a brother to me. He was a close friend. That I will always, always have good memories with. But I'm so glad that Desiree was a big part of his life. That was the highlight of his life, that he was just so in love. And what a great feeling. If you've never been in love, in real love, I've been in love in my life. It's the best feeling in the world. It really is. I know I joke so much about, hey, I'm going to go fuck these whores. I'm going to go fuck this one. I'm going to go fuck that. I'm going to jerk off everywhere. And that's, that's fun and shtick and funny. But if you've ever been in real love, or if you are in real love right now, and you really find that person, you really find that soulmate that makes your life complete, especially when the chips are down, when you're going through so much, like you're going through, all the health issues that Dave had, and all the stress from that Dave had, and still trying to keep a smile on your face. And then you get the love of your life, really a deep, true soulmate love. It's the most beautiful feeling in the world. It really is. If you could ever find that, I highly recommend it. And sometimes it finds you. Really does. Someone in the chat asked, where's Paulie tonight? Paulie had other things, but did send his regards. Just let's be a little specific. Let's see. Dave was a good man. I'm glad to have known him briefly, and I'm blessed that his suffering is over. And Paulie and I were talking about Dave yesterday, of course, a lot on the phone. So Paul does send his regards and his love. And if he has time to pop in here later, that would be great. But I want to make this just as much about the devotion of his wife Desiree as much as it was the goodness of Dave, because Dave treasured her. Dave loved her so much. And to see him so happy, to see him so complete by that was just the best feeling in the world. To see your friend like that. Don't we all want that for all our friends? Don't we all want the people we love so much to be happy, to really, really be happy? And listen, Dave had walls of guitars, and Dave had a house, and Dave had loving dogs, and Dave had, he just so much blessings. But there's just something that when you fall in love and someone makes you so happy to be so complete, it's the best feeling in the world. So this is as much a tribute to his wife Desiree as it is to him, because I can't imagine what it would be like to lose the love of my life in my arms in the middle of the night. And that is what happened. And that's got to be, it's hard for us. It's hard for me. It's hard for everyone viewing. And I appreciate you all to be here for this and to say all the nice things you do in the chat. We'll be taking phone calls through the show as well to talk about Dave and good memories of him. But it's just so great when love works out and you find that person that makes you happy. And I'm so glad that when he did reach the end of his life, unfortunately, that he did have that level of happiness. And I'm so glad he had that blessing. And I'm so glad she had that blessing, because, I'd rather be in love and have that for a small part of my life than not at all. And I'm so glad that that they were that couple, that loving couple that they were together. Again, www.kidney.org in David NESDALL's name if you want to give anything. Even the small amounts help.
Yes. Yeah, please don't send any super chats tonight. Just but thank you though. But no, those will be going directly to kidney.org, but instead
Please go right there.
.org, and there's a donation button right there on the website.
Just put it in David NESDALL's name. And again, if you'd like to come down and say hello at the or goodbye, I should say. That's sorry. On Saturday, I will be there, and a lot of us will be there. And if you can't, you can't. But if you are around and you have the some people don't do well with that. I don't do well with that. I don't think anyone enjoys a funeral, but you know what? Whatever your way of paying tribute and whatever your way of saying goodbye to Dave is your way. And that's okay. You could say a prayer for him. You could say a prayer for his soul. You can, you could come down and say goodbye at the funeral home. You could say a few words on here. You could call up and we'd love to hear from you. So for those that didn't know Dave, we have a couple of clips just so you could see him. And Dave was always very, very happy when he was talking about guitars and talking to fans of guitars and talking to fans about Van Halen and all the things he loved and all the things he loved to share. So here's a couple of clips of Dave on the show.
Yeah. Let me
and then we'll take some phone calls and share some nice memories and celebrate his life, because that's what he deserves.
Yeah. So I'll set this up. This is actually the very first time he was on the show. Okay. Let me show this and then let me explain how we met, because it's pretty interesting. Let's see. How do I even do this?
And we'll take some calls through the show and share good memories of Dave as well.
Let's see. False flag. Thank you. Yeah. Any channel member, you do have access to do a highlighted message. So any channel member can do those. Those are fine.
Yeah. Just remember, no super chats to the show today. Any money, give to www.kidney.org in David NESDALL's name, please.
Yeah.
And that's a great way to put it, Hellstorm. In the words of John Oliver, after we lost Chris Oliver, everyone grieves in their own way.
Mm-hmm.
And this is our way to give you guys something out there for those that knew Dave, and a lot of us did, to appreciate him. And I hope you go to his channel and watch the videos he made while he was with us, and just like I said, it's nice to celebrate his life. It really is. He really deserves it.
Mm-hmm.
So let's take a look at what you got, Johnny.
Okay, so this is the very first time. This is like this.
What year was this?
This was what year is it now?
2022.
This was 2014. It actually says it's either 14 or 16. It actually says. Here, check this out.
I mean, I might have liked it if I played around with it and got used to it, but he plays, and he still plays like he did 40 years ago, in my opinion. But he's making money. I mean, playing in a band, and
that's what I do for a living.
You just play music? That's it?
Yep. Usually five nights a week.
Oh, okay. What kind? And classic rock band, or?
Yeah, I'm in 3 different bands. You can't really make money in one band. You have to kind of like do it.
I would think you have to be busy quite often, like, because when in my early 20s, I was, I never thought, I always quit playing guitar because I always said I wasn't good enough. But they were saying if I could play a riff here, it sounded good. They were all satisfied. And so I remember, this is before I was married. This is back in the mid 70s, I guess, or mid or early 70s. We would do. I work full time, and we do the bull roast on the weekends. And
right.
But I might make $150, for 2 or 3, like Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, But I imagine you have to, unless you're, I imagine you have to be really busy to make a living at it.
Yeah.
Like every day.
Mhm. Yeah, it's busy. Thank God, knock wood. I've been busy for a number of years, but I during the day I pound the pavement getting gigs.
What town? Where do you live at now?
I'm in New York. I'm in Long Island, New York.
Oh, okay.
It's still pretty lucrative here, and the dollar is still pretty big here.
Yeah, I imagine in New York everything's more. I imagine you would get quite a bit more than you would around here.
But the cost of living is a lot higher.
Yes,
as well.
yes.
But and I could be digging ditches for a living, so I'm so happy to be doing what I'm doing, and I'm happy to be able to entertain people.
And you've been doing it all your life for the most part?
I've been playing since I was 5 years old. I've been playing guitar, but I'd say I've been playing professionally without having a day job. I've been doing it since 2008, but I've been doing it for over 20 years. I guess more than that. I guess since I was 17, I've been playing in bars.
That's great.
Yeah. And I'm 44 now, so.
So yeah, that was 2014. I think it said August 2014. That was the very first video we ever did. And yeah, apparently Mitch Harmon was there. I didn't even know I even knew that guy back then.
So Johnny, tell us how you got involved with Dave, how you met Dave.
Basically, what happened was he, I don't know how somehow he found me on Facebook, and we weren't like, Facebook friends, but he liked my page. I've got a business page, and he sends me a message one day saying, hey, it was something like, hey, you don't know me, but my name's David NESDALL, and I'm going to write a book. I want to write a book on Van Halen's guitars. So I would like to talk to you and get your input, anything you might know about certain guitars, certain years, so I remember calling him, and we just talked about Van Halen, talked about Van Halen's guitars, and that continued. I mean, it was great. I mean, we had such a great time talking on the phone that we would talk every couple days or whatever. And then what had happened was I had already done several what were called Google Hangouts at the time. I had done a few. I had jumped on with other people like Satriani, and I had done this show called Huffington Post Live with Andy Summers from the Police. So I had already done like a few like things kind of like this. But I'm like, so well, hey, why don't we do this on YouTube? Why don't we talk about guitars on YouTube? I think people would dig it. You know, I think it'd be interesting. So we started doing that. And that clip you just saw, that was the very first time we ever did this. And apparently it was like a 6-hour long show. And it had a number of different people, but Dave was one of them. And we basically just started doing, we would do shows on Saturday afternoons once in a while. We would do shows on Sundays every once in a while. But at one point I'm like, hey, why don't we do them Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays? Talk guitars, talk, you know, we both loved Van Halen. So that was a mutual thing that we had. So we started doing these shows, and it was like, you know, 3 days a week, and different people would jump on with us, and then eventually we would get guests. You know, eventually we had Andy Timmons, we had Billy Sheehan, we had Alex Skolnick, just a number of different people.
I know Dave and I did the Andy Timmons interview together, and I knew Andy from back in the day. I know those guys from Danger for many years. You know, I'm from Long Island. They're from Long Island. I was a very early Danger fan. So I already knew Andy, and I had bought guitars from Andy directly from his Danger days. And Dave at one point, while not a Danger fan per se, Dave liked his solo albums. You know, when he was doing like the G3, I believe he was introduced by Larry Mitchell to Andy, and saw the G3 shows, and became friendly with Andy, and wound up getting one of Andy Timmons' signature models of guitars. And Dave loved it a lot, and he brought it. He told Andy he had it, and Andy basically said, "Wow, you know what? Why don't you, you know, you and your girl come see the show and bring your guitar?" And he brought the guitar to Andy, and Andy played it on stage, and said to Dave, "Wow, this is even nicer than the one I have." And Dave was so thrilled about that, and you know, Andy signed it to him, and Dave said, "Hey, look, you know, we do a show on Tuesdays. Would you ever want to come on?" And basically Dave and I interviewed, and it was just a great interview. It was probably like 2 or 3 hours of just goofing around with Andy, and Andy has a great sense of humor. So we were getting silly and having fun and just having a good, solid interview. And you know, here was a mutual respect that I was enjoying seeing between Dave and Andy, because you know, Andy Timmons, of course, is Andy Timmons. But you know, he basically loved just that Dave was just a genuine nice guy that had knowledge, and himself was a very good player. If you've never seen NESDALL play, you know, of course, later on it got harder for him with what happened with his fingers due to diabetes, but Dave was a very, very good player. And, you know, and Andy respected that, and, you know, they got along very well, but we had such a fun time doing that interview. Because we both had history with Andy outside of that interview. But it was great. It was over at Dave's house, and Andy, of course, was at his house remotely. But you can go back and watch that. It's still on YouTube, and we just had a good time. It was just nice, and this is the type of thing, you're just hanging out with friends, and speaking of friends, Dave also knew a lot of pro players. He was very, very good friends with Larry Mitchell. Larry, in fact, gifted Dave a guitar. Is there any one of us that has not gifted Dave a guitar? I think we all did. He's just that guy you wanted to do that with. Larry gifted Dave one of his personal favorite guitars, and Dave was blown away. And Larry, of course, was just like, Dave, just take the guitar. This is for you, buddy. And Dave treasured that guitar. One of Larry's personal, fave swirls, and and again, another really good mutual respect between friends. So it's nice to see that. Larry always spoke very highly of Dave, and Dave of Larry. I don't think you could really say a bad word about Dave, because he was just that, quintessential nice guy. Bozique said, I gifted him an amp. I gifted him an Ibanez Gem, and I gifted him an Ibanez Gem, and I get it. No, Dave was fun to go also to guitar stores with. Him and I would get together sometimes and just go down to Music Zoo or Sam Ash, just check out what they had, and Jesus Rapes Me says, Dave's story of lending Eddie Van Halen his Music Man for a show is an awesome story. I don't remember the details of that. I remember it happened, but I don't remember the details. Do you remember the details, Johnny? Or did he must have told it in one of the episodes, but
he told it many times. I remember him saying that maybe he brought him his guitar and he used it. I remember him saying that he had lent him, maybe he said he lent him an amplifier, I think, for like the Howard Stern show or something.
There was something. Joe Hervey, I think, remembers a little bit of this. He said the other guy said no. Dave said okay. Dave got invited down. Joe Hervey, you want to call in? You want to call in and tell that story if you remember it? Joe Hervey, call in. Give us a call. Johnny, can you show the phone number a little clearer?
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, if anybody wants to call in.
We'll be taking phone calls through the show. I want to share stories and memories of the goodness that was Dave NESDALL. I want to celebrate his life today. There's not enough that you could celebrate about Dave. And let me also point out. I know, some people were saying that, there were the occasional spats between Dave and Johnny. And I want to address that, because I saw it in the chat a few times, and I want to basically touch base on it. Sometimes friends fight, and it can be over something really, really stupid, but it happens. And obviously hindsight is 2020, and you say things that you don't want to take back, or that you do want to take back. But look, Johnny, you want to touch on that?
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah. I mean, when you spend a lot of time with somebody, cause like I said, we were spending 3 days a week together, like an hour or a couple hours each or whatever. And we had a lot of great times. I mean, there was a number of years where it was really good. And I think the thing is, I think on the outside, it looks a little different than it was really on the inside. It wasn't as it wasn't as bad as it looked. And the last time we talked on the phone, he said, "Hey, you know, I just want to know if we're good." And I'm like, "Yeah, we're good. We're great." I mean, that, you know.
I just want to point out, just between you guys, you know, look, words exchange between friends, the times that, you know, that friends fight, you know, it's like when you fight with your spouse or your boyfriend or girlfriend or your brothers and sisters, or, you know, sometimes you just have fights. Things happen, and you never know when it's too late to say I'm sorry or take back something you say in anger, you know. But, you know, just to address that, you know, because I you know, like I said, I never had fights with Dave, but, you know I've had fights with other friends, and sometimes you fight and sometimes you don't talk, and sometimes you make up, and sometimes you make up later on or down the line or whatever. Dave was in his early 50s, headstock Karen. What was he, 52, 53, something like that? Something like that. I mean, like I said, I just want to point. I just want to put that out there, because it's, you know, it's something that, you know, sometimes, you know, like I said, friends have fights, and they're just that. They're just stupid freaking things.
But also, it wasn't like there was never any yelling. We never yelled at each other. There was never any. There was maybe disagreements about stuff, and I think we're getting a call. Let's see. Hello, who's this?
Hey Johnny, it's False Flag.
Hey, False Flag.
I just want to express my condolences to Dave and his family and what's happened. And, Dave was one of the hosts when I started watching, which was like years ago, watching you guys, and he's one of the people that kept me coming back to watch you guys. And I just felt that Dave was a really modest, sort of humble, genuine guy, and that's what I read. I mean, I've never met him, so I just felt that. And it's a very sad thing, and I'm thinking about Dave today.
Huh? Hello?
Hello?
Oh. Hey, yeah, I mean, we always, I mean,
humble and genuine is exactly a great way to describe Dave.
Yeah.
It really is, because I can't think of anyone with more humility, and again, I emphasize how genuine.
Yeah. Rest in peace, Dave.
Thank you, False Flag.
Thank you, False Flag.
Catch you guys.
All right, bye-bye.
Bozique brings up an interesting point. The point I want to make is, Johnny and John Mancuda, I wish you guys had at least one on-air reunion show. Sad to see there was little communication after he moved on. There was actually a lot of communication. Dave and I remained very good friends, and I appeared on a few episodes of Nez Says. I filled in one or two instances for Ty as well. You know, Dave called me and asked me if I wanted to interview Steve Lynch of Autograph for his show. So I guest hosted on that. You know, as far as you know, I was happy to appear on his own shows, and so yeah, no, there was communication there. You know, there wasn't always between everybody in every situation, but no, I absolutely was happy to go on Dave's show, and we had a good time with Steve Lynch. There's another example of, Dave and I, hosting together with someone interesting and fun to interview, and that was very cool. So I remember and enjoyed that, and Steve liked him also very much. And thank you everyone for the kind words in the chat. Keep them coming. Every good memory of Dave I want to hear. And Joe Hervey, why don't you call in with that story? Call in right now. Call in with that story.
We have a call. We have a call.
Oh, okay. Let's take this call first.
Hi, is this Vinny?
Yeah, it's Vinny.
Hi, Vinny. How are you doing, man?
Not so good.
I can relate.
Tell everybody how you discovered watching the show and what happened with you.
Good question. So I remember, when David would come on the show with you guys, and he would be talking about all of his guitars, and the one important guitar that he would always talk about was the Kramer 5150. And for me, that was the most iconic guitar that I discovered, because the Live Without a Net video that came out, and I was blown away by how Eddie would play it. And I'm like, I want that guitar. And for me, it had to be something that I always wanted, because, of course, I discovered Van Halen with 5150, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is a great album. But then when I saw the Live Without a Net on videotape, I was like, I want that guitar. I need someone to tell me where I can go and find it.
Mm-hmm. So tell everybody about the show that we did. You remember the show where you did an unboxing?
Yeah.
What was that?
We did
Do you remember that, Vinny?
Yeah. It was a Monday, and we did an unboxing of the Kramer Ad Frankie, which is right next to my 5150 guitar. And I just couldn't imagine how nice of you and Rob and Dave to get me this guitar that you guys made. I know my dad knew about it, but I didn't know anything about it until Dad told me. I was like, what?
Yeah. We Dave had this guitar, a Van Halen. It was kind of like a replica of the Van Halen Ad guitar, I guess. And Dave was like, well, hey, let's gift this to Vinny. So since I'm all the way out here, I think he mailed me the scratch plate, the volume plate. So I signed the volume plate, sent it back, and basically we gifted Vinny one of Dave's guitars, and we did a show where Vinny did an unboxing of the guitar. You remember that, Vinny?
Yeah, and I still have the unboxing video somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And remember, NESDALL gave you a bunch of his guitar picks. Like, there's a whole bunch of guitar picks on the guitar. Yeah. Remember that?
Yeah, and they're on my 5150 guitar.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And you got another guitar because of our because we had Paul Unkert on. You went and had your guitar set up, right, by Paul Unkert?
Yeah. Yep. And I just talked to him today.
Oh, wow, no way.
Yeah, so I still just don't know what to say. I'm completely shocked.
We
came
all
out
are.
of Sam's Club yesterday and looked at my phone. Something must have told me to look at my phone, and I did, and I was just like, "You got to be freaking kidding me!"
Mm-hmm.
You know, I know both you and Jonathan Mancuda, who I just love Jonathan Mancuda. I love and I adore him.
Thank you. Thank you, man. That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. So, what I just wanted to say was, you know, God bless David NESDALL for living a great life.
Yeah. Thank you, Vinny.
You're welcome.
Thank you, man.
Thank you. Yeah, Vinny's one of the awesome people we met doing these shows. You know, if we hadn't started doing this stuff, we met so many people doing this. I mean, it's just we never would have imagined. You know, like I was said earlier, you know, we met and we would talk on the phone, and we started doing these shows. We have 130 people sitting here watching this. Dave and I would do these shows and have like 10 people watching us. You know, but we were very grateful for those 10 people that were there, and it became. I mean, we just met so many people doing this, and
I mean,
Vinny's one of them.
Enough to branch into a few shows and a few channels.
One of them, and I'm grateful for that.
Mm-hmm. And Vinny goes back to the very beginning of these shows. Vinny here, he was there from day one. And we even did some of your shows too, Vinny. I remember you would do Facebook Lives, and we would jump on with you too.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Well, Vinny, thank you so much for calling, man.
Thank you, Vinny.
No problem.
All right, I'll talk to you soon.
All right, I'll talk to you soon. All right, take care. Bye, Jonathan Mancuda. Love you, brother.
Love you too, bro. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, bye, Vinny.
Bye.
Yeah, I mean, you have to realize a lot of things started with Dave being here early on. Things with him coming on. He was our tech guy. You know, when you watched an episode of Talking Guitars, people would call in and say, "Hey, I don't know how to set up a Floyd Rose. What type of replacement Kaler should I use? My tuner isn't going on, isn't staying in tune. How do I replace it? How do I fix it? What type of blah, 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 fill in the blank." And Dave knew. Dave just absolutely was a wealth of knowledge, and more than anything, gave to himself. Way before I was on the show, way before. Dave was right there at the beginning in the trenches, basically helping build the channel and helping build the shows and building an audience and giving people a place to go and conversations to share about Van Halen and guitars and technical stuff, along with, with Jay Hannon and Rob Johnson. Early on, people were just, built around, and Dave always had the answer. He always had the right answer. And he was always considering it very important to give the fans the right knowledge. And, there were times, that, I'd be, of course, poking the bear a little and nudging him, and, and he'd be trying to be like, "Hey, John, I'm seriously trying to answer this guy's question. Stop being a dick." And, I'd be like, all right. I'm just goofing around, because I don't have that answer. Dave did. Dave had the right answer. Dave always had the right answer. Dave had knowledge, and Dave made it a point to share that knowledge. And it was so important to him. It was always so important to him. And that's one of the things he did when he started Nez Says, and when he did Guitar Town Hall. He really wanted to make it a place that people could come in and ask him questions, and share his knowledge. It was just always so great. And I just also want to say it's extra hard getting this news because over the last few weeks, Dave had lost his two dogs. Brandy, his older lab, had passed away, and I was devastated because I love that dog so much. I was so close with that dog. And shortly after, their other dog, Snickers, their little Chihuahua, had passed away. So here's heartbreak, and now losing Dave. My heart totally goes out to Desiree, his wife, and let me also say his mom, Mama Nez. Beverly, she is such a sweetheart of a woman. No mother should ever have to bury their child. That's the worst thing in the world. And yesterday when he passed away, that was the worst thing that could have happened to a mother, is to lose her child and to have to be there to bury your child. It's not supposed to be that way. Children are supposed to bury their parents. It's not supposed to be the other way around. So again, my heart goes out to the entire NESDALL family. And of course, us, his friends, his cohorts, his guitar buddies, his regular buddies, everyone whose lives were touched by Dave NESDALL. Like I said, I ask you to please give to www.kidney.org in the name of David NESDALL. Just donate something. Donate a few bucks just to honor him, just to pay him back for that one question he answered of you, to basically give someone who needs a kidney the hope that he had, the help that he got from them in his name, in his honor. That's something that Dave NESDALL deserves. There's not enough tribute. There's not enough honor that you could shower on this man, this friend of mine, this brother, this coworker, this man that touched a lot of our lives and deserves just tribute. There's not enough that we can give. There's not enough thanks. But every little thing is a great thing. So, like I said, it's it's just one of those things, one of those things that we all have to face in life. And I hope that talking about this helps some of us deal with it, helps share memories, and helps us feel good to pay tribute to his life. Because like we said, we all deal with grief in different ways. Like I said, I was not a happy camper yesterday. My first thought was, what can I do to help the family? What can I do to help Desiree? And, there's only so much you could do. But, you want to do it for them, and you want to do it for you, and you want to do it for your lost friend. The answer is always, what do you need? What can I do? How can I help? And sometimes just the best way is to just, remember them with honor, remember them in good memories, and share good memories. Talk about him, talk about who he was, talk about what he was about, tell funny stories about him, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Just talk about him, because there's a lot of good to talk about, and we're doing that tonight. And I'm sure we'll do it. Like I said, on his channel. I know they're doing it later in the week, and I'm sure we'll do it on Saturday at his funeral. Again, by the way, Johnny, do you have the funeral information for those that want to come down? If you're in the New York area, or you feel like taking a little drive to share some memories with him. If not, I could just read it off, but if you have it to post.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, it's a little too long than the characters that I can put in the chat, but there we go.
Do you want me to just read it off? Okay. It's Saturday, this Saturday, May 7th, 11 to 1 at McLaughlin Kramer Meagle Funeral Home. That's 220 Glen Street, Glen Cove, New York, 11542. If you're using a GPS, stop by. Say goodbye to a great man. Say goodbye to my friends. Say goodbye to someone we all loved. And like I said, I think more than flowers, it's a better thing to contribute a few dollars to www.kidney.org. Someone that helped Dave when he was going through a lot, and someone that made Dave's life a little better, made it a little easier. That was important to him, so it should be important to us. Put it in his name, David NESDALL. Honor him with that. I know he's looking down on us in appreciation for that. Because if you could do some good in the world and give to a cause in the name of someone you're missing, that's a great thing. It's just a great thing. So I think that's really great. And Keith Campbell said he was so knowledgeable. Dave had the answers. Dave really had the answers. He knew his guitars. He knew his Van Halen. He could look at something and say, yep, this wasn't right. Yep, this was restored. Yep, this isn't the right tuners for this neck, for this brand, for this year. Dave wanted to share his knowledge. That was his passion. That was what he enjoyed. He enjoyed being a good friend. He enjoyed being that guy that would do you the favor. I remember, telling him something about a guitar. I said, "Oh, I'm missing some locking nuts on something." He's like, "Well, bring it over. Let me see if I could find those nuts for you." And insert joke here. I brought the guitar over, and Dave's like, "Leave it with me a couple of days. I'll set it up for you. I'll give you a NESDALL setup." I said, "No, you don't have to do that." He's like, No. Just leave it with me. This is what made him happy, sharing with others. And he took my guitar and he did a setup. And, I said, "You want a couple of bucks for it?" "What are you talking about? He looked at you like he wanted to slap you for even asking. That was Dave NESDALL. That was the generosity and the pureness of my friend Dave NESDALL. He wanted to do these things for you. It gave him joy. It gave him pleasure. It gave him a purpose. It gave him meaning. It gave his life meaning, because he would go on the air and say, "Hit me with it. What do you need to know? What would help you?" That was Dave. "Give me that guitar. Leave it with me. I'll take care of that." That was Dave. "You want to borrow this? Take it, borrow it, bring it back when you're done." That was Dave. That was him. That was who he was. And it was such an honor for him to be in all our lives. I just love that. Let's see. Kurt 5150. Dave was always willing to give up info. He was upfront with his contact info for anything. Buying a guitar, building a guitar. Bozique says, "I got a lot better because a lot of his on-air advice." Headstock Harem, he was a great guy. Yeah, he really was. He really was. And that's why we're here talking about him. Yeah, of course, there's other things in the world going on. I wish Ozzy Osbourne well in his new battle with COVID, because he's immune compromised. But, that's not the subject for today. I'll mention it because I want to wish Ozzy Osbourne well. There you go. But the subject for today is good memories of Dave NESDALL. Share with us your stories. Call that number. Give us your story. Say, "Dave helped me with my setup. I remember my favorite episode with Dave was this. Dave and I met at NAMM. Dave and I met at a guitar store. Dave and I shared lunch, and boy, was he a wealth of knowledge. I remember watching a show with Dave, or, Dave helped me be a better player, a better luthier. Or I remember Dave with Larry Mitchell or with Jay, or, share some stories with us. Tell us that experience. Call in. Let us know what Dave NESDALL did that that you enjoyed.
Here we go. Hey, who's this?
Johnny, it's Keith with a C.
Keith with a C. Hey, man.
Hey, Keith. Keith Campbell. It's Keith Campbell.
Oh, this one hurts, and it sucks because, you know, I was really getting to know him well, you know, just through chats and everything like that, you know. But the thing that hurts the most is, you know, the day he passed was 9 months when my wife passed. But the thing that screwed up is the day after my wife passed, I posted that my wife had passed. He was the first one to call me out of everybody, including my family, all my friends. He was the first one to call me. You know, he took the time. He's that kind of a guy. And that's the way he and Desiree have always run. That's why I've always loved and respect that man.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, Dave was that.
And respect.
Dave had
He's
a
the
lot
kind
of love
guy
to
he
give.
always was.
Dave had a lot of love to give. That's
So,
exactly who he
I
was.
just want everybody to raise a glass up for Dave and give a good heart and good love out to Desiree, you know, because they're worth it. Those are the people who are worth it in this world. Have a great night, everybody. Love you.
Thank you, Keith.
Thank you so much, Keith. And you're right, you know, and you know, you have to realize Dave and Des were a team. You know, I used to joke. I said, you know, once you get married, man, Nez says is going to be Des says. And, you know, he'd laugh at that. And, you know, the one thing I love about Desiree so much, and this is still, you know, another reason that Dave fell in love with her. She was always welcoming to his friends. You know, some spouses, they don't care. They're not involved. They're like, oh, you hang with your buddies. Or Des would sit with us. Des would eat with us and break bread with us. And you know, you could have a good conversation with her because she started as a fan of this show. She started as a fan watching him. That's how they met, you know, and talk about the right soulmate, talk about the right person. You know, two beautiful, wonderful, giving people that were just perfect as a couple together. You know, she mirrored his kindness. She mirrored his generosity. She mirrored his heart, his caring, and still does. And it's heart-wrenching to me, of course, that, you know, like I said, that, you know, that Dave's no longer with us. But I have great memories of them together welcoming me into the house. There were times I'd come over here to New York and I'd want to do the show. And, you know, and Dave would be like, yeah, do it over at my house. Do it. I'm all set up. Do it over at my house, you know? And, you know, there, even with all the craziness, you know, it's like, you know, Desiree would see me for a bit we did on an episode that I wasn't a part of. There was an episode because I was only on Tuesday nights. It was a Friday night or Saturday night, I believe. Saturday. It was Saturday. And Dave was doing the show. And I basically snuck in the back door and, you know, had Desiree tie me up. I stripped down to my underwear and I had Desiree tie me up. Like, you know, full bondage hostage with a gag. And Dave didn't realize it at first, but Dave's on the air and he's talking about guitars and he's, you know, and he sees in the background behind the camera, there I am in my underwear, bound up, hopping out of the house, trying to get away. And I remember John BL and I think Jay were looking and saying, what the hell? Is that Mancuda? Is he tied and bound and gagged and nude and what's going on? And he's like, he's getting away. And, you know, it was just Dave trying to keep a straight face during that was just so funny because he knew I was in the house, but he didn't know I was going to do that. And, Des was such a good sport of seeing this grown man basically in her kitchen, getting down to his underwear and saying, "Hey, can you tie me up? It's for the show," you know. And she was just such a good sport. I'm like, I can't hit the knot, and can you pull the gag up? And I just remember how fun it was. And I didn't come on the show. It was just a sight gag. Dave was like, "Hey, come back, come on, sit in with us." And I just did it so everyone could laugh. But Dave was just like, "What the fuck is going on in my house? What is he doing, nude, tied up, and just, what the hell is that going on behind me?" It was just so fun. And I loved making him laugh like that because, look, Dave had a sense of humor. He didn't always show it on the show. He, because he wanted to be taken very seriously, because he has a lot of serious knowledge and he wanted to be taken seriously. And I just kind of wanted to throw him off his game. It's like, it's like the pranks that you play on a TV set. Or when you're band in concert, you play a joke on your bandmate or something. This was me playing a little prank on Dave, and while we were live while he was live on the air, and like it would have ruined the joke if I would have come back in and just sat in on the show. It was just funnier just having him surprised, saying, in his head, "What do I do now? What do I do?" It's like, here's this nude guy tied up, hopping behind me, finding his way out the house. And then he looks out the window. He just sees me driving off. It's like, that was it? What the fuck happened? And it was just very, very fun because I knew he enjoyed it and he told me he enjoyed it. And like I said, not, he was more of a bit of a dry sense of humor, more of a, behind the scenes sense of humor. I mean, he loved to laugh. He really did. You didn't see it a lot on the shows because he didn't want to be, that goofy guy on the show. He wanted to be, respected for his knowledge, and he wanted to be, taken very seriously because that's what he was, wanting to contribute, was the expert, the guitar expert, the technical expert. But I just loved catching him off guard and just bringing a laugh to his face because he had such a great laugh and he had so much fun sense of humor. You found it? Why don't we play that real quick if you can play that?
Check this out. And then after that, we've got a call.
Mickey Settlemeyer. Okay. Who else?
John
David Ennis is out there. Hugh Caldwell. Fruitcake Tony. Who else? Nightbot's out there tonight.
We got to talk about this.
Let's talk about that, Dave. That's
this is
a nice looking.
Hang on, Bouzik.
Charvel.
Yeah, thank you. Well, it belongs to a customer of mine at the moment. I'm doing a setup on it, and he brought it in. I'm sorry. What?
I said, what kind of customer?
Yes, a good customer, actually.
Oh my God! Oh no!
So,
Dave, quick! He's getting away! Holy shit! Oh man!
Oh no!
So anyway, the body's made out of
the body. The body.
It's made out of 160-year-old pine, and it's light as a feather. And
I would have said like maybe 50, 55. I don't know.
Yeah. It's got a gold Floyd Rose on it.
Dave, is that guy all right?
It's got pickups on it. Pickup rings. A roasted maple neck with great flame on it. Great flame.
Wow.
Great flame on it.
Oh, shit.
Flaming. Yeah. It is definitely flaming.
Yeah, so
he's got the key.
Yeah.
Misery.
Oh, fucking good for you, David. Beautiful. Nice. Well played.
So the customer brings it in today, and he says, he wants to set up. And I said, if you ever sell this guitar, I want the first right of refusal. And he said, well, I might be interested in trading for something. So when I call him back to tell him his guitar's done, he'll play a couple guitars here and see what he wants. If we can come up with something, I'll keep this. If not, I'll just take the setup.
Gosh.
I don't want to be the guy to have to say this, but I think Mancuda's got a hard on.
Oh God.
And then there's this guitar.
I didn't think it could get worse than last week, but it is.
There's this guitar, but we all know about this one. This is 1986 Kramer.
Yeah, let's just ignore that and ignore everything and just talk about guitar.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's get a close up of that headstock there, Dave.
Sure.
Let's get some nice.
Now that neck is beautiful.
Look at the back
hardware.
Back of it, it's just
insane.
Even the skunk stripe is got a color gold. Was it gold or?
I think it's maple.
Yeah, I was gonna say probably maple.
Are the tuners gold? Are the tuners gold tinged?
Yes.
Yeah, that looks beautiful.
They're crown head Godos.
There you go.
Dave told me.
Crazy,
Dave and I talked on the phone after that, and he was just like, I was trying not to piss myself.
Hey, who's this? You're on the air.
It's Bozique.
Hey,
How the
Bozique.
heck do I follow that?
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, tonight it's kind of crazy because this is a bit of a buzzkill. I mean, I didn't know until you guys got on the air. So I was like kind of happy tonight, and then like it was a downer when I found out that news. I mean, all I want to do is I just want to say a couple things. I'm somebody who's like, even though I've never done this professionally and completely guitar obsessed, I mean, I've been the last few years of my life has just been getting better at this as much as possible. And that guy was invaluable as far as his information. I mean, I don't know how much improvement I've made in the last 4 or 5 years just playing, getting to the point where I'm not scared to play in front of people anymore just because of stuff that he said. That I was like, I was looking at this theoretical thing wrong. Anybody who's like a hobbyist who's like trying to learn, like, and you've watched him for years, you owe Dave NESDALL a lot. And the guy was a big time guitar historian. That's another thing I loved about him. Because I mean, I've read up a lot on like vintage guitars and stuff, and he knew stuff that I didn't know. So it's like I was in awe of the guy's knowledge, and I'm going to get off the air now. John, that was a fitting tribute, man. You're a good dude, and God bless you too. You guys have a good night. I'll get back in the chat.
Thank you, Bozique.
Thank you so much, Bozique. That's really nice to say.
Wow.
Thank you, brother. Yeah, no, Bozique brings up a good point. We do owe Dave. We do owe Dave a lot, and not just knowledge. Obviously, some of us were really close friends with him, but like what he gave to the guitar community, is such a wealth of knowledge. Dave was there back in the day. I always emphasize that. He was on 48th Street, New York, back in the day, the golden era of the 80s. He was there. He hobnobbed with the right rock stars. He played the best instruments they had of the era. He was there when they were coming in with repairs. He was there when guitars came in from Charvel and Jackson and Ibanez and early ESP, which was 48th Street Custom at the time, and BC Rich and Kramer. Dave was there back in the day. So when Dave said something, when Dave shared something knowledge, it was not out of I read it in a book. He was there. He knew all this stuff. He saw Van Halen in the early days. He was at the concerts. He was at Manny's Music opening the boxes of what came in to put on that legendary wall. He was at that Steve Vai tribute show that I was at, and there's that guy. Oh, there's that guy. He was there. He was around the scene. And he had that knowledge, and he shared it with all of us, and we do all owe him that. And look, that clip we just showed, I just loved like that buddy bandmate, like that pranks on the movie set. I loved making him laugh. I loved because look, here was my friend. He was often in pain. He was often as you would be also, you would get depressed sometimes and fight it off because of his health conditions. But you know what? Desiree lit up his life. His friends lit up his life, and his sharing of knowledge with all of us gave him meaning and happiness, and his generosity and the ability that we let him do it, that he gave it to us as his pleasure, as his meaning. That was the biggest thing that he loved. He loved doing it. He loved helping people out. Keith Campbell says, for those who didn't know, in New York City on 48th Street, there were two places to go, Manny's Music and Sam Ash, and Dave was the go-to guy. Yeah, Manny's legendary store that everyone shopped at back in the day in the 80s. Same with Sam Ash, huge stores, huge legendary stores. There was 48th Street Custom. There were a number of stores. Carvin had a store on there. I think Marshall had an outlet there. I remember going there back in the day and just being blown away, just looking at this 2-story wall of guitars. Not like you go in Guitar Center now where it's all cookie cutter. It's a Sunburst Les Paul made in Indonesia. It's a white Fender, made in Japan. It wasn't like that. It was the best of the best on those walls, and Dave got to play all those and recommend those to rock stars and learn on those and share on those and give lessons on those. It was like a kid in a candy store on cocaine. It was crazy back in the day, and Dave was there, and all of that knowledge that he gained, plus belonging to multiple bands and and giving lessons and things like that. Dave knew all those people. He was respected among all those people, and he loved sharing that knowledge with, whether you were a rock star or just the kid that wanted his first guitar. Dave was that guy that took pleasure in opening up that world of guitars for you, in teaching you about Van Halen, in answering a question for you, in showing you how to play that chord, in showing you that scale, in showing you how to fix your Floyd or whatever. Dave worked with everybody, and he never bragged about it. But if you asked him, he would tell you. He just wanted to show you his knowledge just as much as he did, someone like Larry Mitchell.
Yeah. Yeah, he knew so much about the history of the guitar itself, and he had so many guitars.
Oh God,
he gave me a guitar when we first met. This is I think before we even started doing these shows. Actually, he gave me because for him, if it wasn't with the Van Halen guitars, if they weren't totally exact, they were wrong. He didn't want them. He didn't care.
Oh yeah.
And he had a 1984 Kramer that the back, actually it was built by a friend. And it actually says on it, made for David NESDALL by the builder. And yeah, it was, it wasn't correct. And so he's like, Johnny, do you want it? He's like, I'm going to make another one. Do you want this one? I'm like, sure.
Because
And
that's the generosity that Dave NESDALL had as his nature. That was who he was, you know? He was always, you know, give you the shirt off his back. He was that guy. We all have, you know, people we know in our lives that are that pleaser, that person that just would do anything to help you, whether it was to his detriment, whether it annoyed him, whether it cost him. Dave was that guy. He had that good heart. He had that purity. He had that, to a fault. He had that generosity of, hey, I want to help you. Let me help you. Even if you don't, let me help you. It's fine. Let me help you. Dave was that guy, you know? Like I said, he would, you know, I'd come over his house and, you know, of course, Dave had a great collection, always rotating of fun guitars to play with. And, you know, we'd sit down and compare notes and stuff. And he's like, play that, try that. Let me set that, try this. And we would just have fun, you know? But he wanted you to enjoy the guitars he had. He wasn't that guy that, you know, basically said, no, don't touch that. You'll hurt it. You'll scratch it. He wanted you to see, hey, here's my Les Paul. Try this. Check this out. Plug it in that amp. Check out the tone on this. Try it. He wanted you to enjoy and share in his enjoyment. That's the beautiful thing. He just didn't know how to say no if it was doing you a favor or anything he thought could help someone else, you know? And I mean, I just, you know, loved hanging out with him. Just, you know, I mean, sure, it was fun to do the show, but, you know, when you're doing a show, and I try to explain this to, you know, to people who aren't, you know, in the know of being in the business of whether it's TV or YouTube podcast or being in a band or whatever. What you see on the screen is not always real life, you know. Make no mistake, I love saying, yeah, you know, I went to IHOP and I jerked off the other day while waiting for my pancakes, and then just as the waitress put it down, oh, there's my syrup. You know, but it's shtick. It's made to make you laugh. It's made to entertain because I love the audience, and Dave loved the audience too. Dave cared about fans. Dave cared about our fans. Dave cared about his own fans. Dave cared about fans he hadn't met yet and friends he hadn't made yet, but would easily make them. You know, and the things you see on screen, yeah, sure, we talk about this and we talk about this, and you know, we have discussions on air, we joke about stuff on air, we rib each other on air, we jab each other and take little digs at each other on air out of fun. But you know, when the cameras stop and Dave and I just go grab some lunch and just go hang out at a guitar store or hang out at his house with Desiree and the dogs, it was just Dave at his purest, just a good friend that everybody wants. You know, we always want our friends to be good, true friends, not a jerk off that stabs us in the back. And Dave was that pure, true friend that you could call up and, you know, basically share your passion of guitars with, talk about relationships with, talk about dogs with, talk about pizza, and you know, talk about you know, things he was going through with his health problems, you know, general life questions. Dave was that friend you could count on. Dave was that friend that, you know, you would be happy to introduce to your other friends because you knew you weren't bringing a jerk off into that type of, you know, into your friendship circles. You knew, hey, this is my friend Dave. You'll love him, you know, because you knew you could count on him for that. You know, and Dave's Les Paul was a 59 for those discussing in the chat, debating what he had. Dave has, Dave had a few Les Pauls. The 59 was the one he had, not 58. So, but anyway, Dave always wanted you to try his guitars because he just enjoyed it. And yeah, Renus, he absolutely had a big penis. He absolutely did. Thank you for noting that. But Dave would love talking about music. Dave would love talking about the bands he loved and saw back in the day. I'll miss those conversations. I'll miss so many things about that man. Let's see. Yeah, and like I said, Dave and I didn't have necessarily the same sense of humor in a lot of ways. I mean, obviously, look, I'm very dirty. I work very blue. I'm one of those comedians that works blue. For those that don't know what that means I go into, when I used to do stand up, or if I do something like this, not stuff I do on regular TV, but when I do stuff like this, or when I did stand up comedy, I would be that guy dropping F-bombs like it was Pearl Harbor. Dave was more clean, more pure. Just didn't want to offend anybody. I'm of course, I don't want to offend anybody, but I go for the kick in the nuts when it comes to humor. And like I said, I loved making him laugh, because sometimes he'd just roll his eyes and say, "Mancuda, you're some piece of work," but I would love that. I would love just kind of, giving him a little shock about that. But anyway, yeah, feel free to call in and tell me a favorite memory that you had with Dave. Call in right now. Someone give a call to that number down there. And in the meantime, while we're waiting for a phone call to come in, let me just remind you all to give to the Kidney Foundation in David NESDALL's name. www.kidney.org is the web address. It's a nice tribute. It's a good thing. You're doing a little good in the world in the name of someone who is leaving that world a better place, thanks to him. So we appreciate that. And again, www.kidney.org. Kidney Foundation in Dave NESDALL's name. Johnny, show that phone number. I want to hear your memories. I want to hear your good experiences with Dave NESDALL, whether it be a show you watched, whether you ran into him at a guitar store. I know he was very big on the Van Halen events. Yeah, and Bozique, Dave was never actually ticked off at me. We were very good friends. Of course, on the air, it's that Laurel and Hardy combination where, I drop the piano down the stairs and he kind of does this, looking at me like, "You idiot." But I know Dave never. I know Dave never considered me actually an idiot. He knew the shtick. He knew what I was doing. And thank you, Black Salami. And that was something I just loved, with us having opposite ends of humor. I loved still being able to make him laugh and know how much I cared about him and will miss him. Speaking of Dave at events, he was at I got this photo today. Johnny, can you post up the photo of Dave and Mary? This was at the Van Halen event. I know Janice Lala was there. I know Lenny Lou. Yeah, EVH Con. Dave showed up and brought some guitars. I know a lot of people. There we go. There's my little sex kitten Mary. God, I want to come on those tits. And and there's Dave. And there's Dave. And I want to cleanse her colon with my tongue. And there's Dave sharing a nice moment with Mary, and Lenny Lou was there, and Janice was there, and who was at that con in the chat? I know a lot of you guys and girls were, because I saw photos of you all. And shout out to Lenny Lou and Mary, who I know are watching. And I didn't do roll call today, but I just want to give a special shout out to my girl Sandra Picorni. Picorni, Picorni, we love you a long time. Because she also, she also really liked Dave and sent a nice note to me before the show started today, basically saying, I know this isn't an easy show for you to get through, which it's really not. I'm holding back a lot. But it's nice that her and Fruitcake Tony and Charles Green and all those guys from Fruitcake Tony's channel, shout out to you all, gave nice condolences to Dave and basically posted on Facebook. A lot of people posted on Facebook nice memories and photos of Dave, or of them with Dave, or things like that. And I know Tony left a beautiful tribute there, and I appreciate that, Sandra, for sending me a nice note before. And let me just give a quick shout out also, because just on a non-related note, this week, I was going to mention this more, but I'll mention it briefly. This weekend, this Sunday, is Mother's Day. And as you all know, I adore my mother, Mama Kuda. I'm sure you have a photo of her there, Johnny, somewhere. There she is, my beloved Mama Kuda, my mother. This is Mother's Day, this Sunday. And if you're lucky enough to have your mother, I just want to say, take the time to tell her you love her and you appreciate her, and make that day so special, because I am so blessed to have my mother, and I love her so much. And I'm here with her this year, as I always try to be on Mother's Day. And I'm going to make her day as special as possible. And I just want to give a shout out to a couple people asked me, they want to send some things to my mother for Mother's Day. You can do it care of Johnny, or if you want to send like a digital gift card or something to me for her, as Charles Green did. I just want to give him a shout out. Thank you so much, Charles, for the nice Mother's Day gift you sent to Mama Kuda. That's very sweet of you. And I know a few other people messaged me. They want to send my mother things for Mother's Day. So thank you so much, everybody. If you want to send something physical, you could send it care of Johnny. And if you want to send something digital, like a digital gift card or something, you could do it johnmancuda@aol.com, spelled as you see right there. But I just wanted to take a second and in the middle of this say thank you to everyone who just had that nice thought. And my mother really, really loves you all and appreciates you all and appreciates that. That's very, very sweet of you. And, I know she's a part of the show, and she was also very saddened to hear about Dave. And so there you go. And thank you, Mad Dog, for the gas-powered dildo for my mom. She will greatly appreciate that, probably more than anything else. It's going to be like a Wizard of Oz moment. And gas-powered dildo, I'll miss you most of all. So thank you, everybody. And thank you, Alice Martinez, sent delicious Colonel's popcorn for me and Mama Kuda. Thank you so much, Alice. It's very sweet. Let's take a second while we're off book here. Thank you to our sponsors. We'll whip through them real quick. Delicious Colonel's Gourmet Popcorn and more. If you mention Johnny Beane, you get more product. Johnny Beane or Jay Hannon, the great Jay Hannon of the band Gizmachi. You'll get more product. Thank you so much for being a sponsor of us. Colonel's Gourmet Popcorn, delicious and a perfect Mother's Day gift for your mother, as well as Swiss Picks, greatest gripping guitar pick out there. Swiss Picks with raised holes to give you good grip. And of course, Vinum Custom Pickups, maker of the Mancuda Custom, Vinum Custom Pickups. Go to Vinum Custom Pickups website and tell Craig Vinum that you were sent by John Mancuda at Talking Guitars and 80s Metal, and he will take good care of you. Vinum Custom Pickups, great boutique pickups at a wonderful non-boutique price, as well as fu-tone.com when you want to customize your guitar. fu-tone.com, proud sponsor of the show. We are so happy to have you. They have everything for you. You want custom titanium parts, you want noiseless springs, fu-tone.com has it all for you, including full built guitars. fu-tone.com. And of course, if you're looking for the best kill switches on the market, Tessie Switch is the one you want tonight. Tessie Switch. Thank you, Tessie Switch, for being the best kill switches on the market. Go to Tessie Switch, and what is it, Johnny? There's a discount code there.
Go to tessieswitch.com/shop and enter Johnny Beane 15.
And they will take good care of you as well.
Right, Kurt?
As well as delicious Bang energy drink. Bang. Let's raise a toast to Dave NESDALL with whatever you're drinking. I am drinking tonight delicious Bang energy drink. And let's raise a toast to our buddy Dave NESDALL, my dear friend. I miss you so much. There we go. Kurt 5150, welcome to a special edition of Talking Guitars and 80s Metal Live, honoring our buddy David NESDALL. Welcome, brother.
Hey, thank you. And I'm not going to stay long. That's
what I tell women in bed.
Talk a little bit about Dave. Yeah, that's how I go. It's quick and to the point. But
well, mine comes to a blunt
I was
end, but
had the pleasure. I had the pleasure of being introduced to Dave, obviously on Johnny's channel. Watched it for about a year, and our buddy Rob Johnson linked me up with him. And John, I think you talked about earlier in the show about taking advantage of calling a friend or doing something with a friend. Well, Dave gave me what he called carte blanche to jump on his YouTube show anytime I wanted. And there was a couple times where I was supposed to be a guest and it didn't work out because of work. But now I'm myself for not taking advantage of it. I always thought, okay, there'll be another week that'll work. There'll be another week to the work. Well, now here we are. It's not going to happen. So everyone out there, really, carpe diem, live every day to the fullest. Don't take advantage of the people you love. Embrace them and enjoy them at their earth. I was blessed to actually physically meet Dave back in November at EVH Con. And the guy's a total sweetheart. He's one of those guys that just pick up the phone, call you, and just want to share something with you. If you got, I said it in the chat earlier, you had any questions, he was there to answer them for you. He had nothing to hide. He was a giver. He wanted you to be successful in what you're trying to accomplish, or if you're even looking at a guitar, he would help you find one. I just think Dave was a sweet guy, and I'm very blessed and proud to have met him due to this community. And, we lost a good one for sure.
Well said.
That's really all I got to say.
We really did.
Yeah,
we really did. Dave, and you're right. Dave would always call up, sharing something fun, sharing news of something, sharing just, a Van Halen story or something. Hey, I got a guitar. You want to see this? You want to, you know what? There's a 59 Les Paul over at this store. You should check that out. That's by your house. Or there's something I saw on Craigslist or there's something I saw on Reverb rather that I think you would like. You may want to check that out. Dave was that guy. Dave looked out for his friends, Yeah. And that's just like, the person he was. Just what can I do for other people? I just love that. He would all the time send me links to Reverb. Hey Mancuda, there's a BC Rich Gunslinger on there that I think you would like. Hey Mancuda, there's a Mockingbird. Hey Mancuda, there's an old Charvel a friend of mine has. Are you interested in it? There's it was just always something for other people. and I just love that about him. And you know, I loved his friendship with not just me, but his friendship with Rob Johnson. And I met Rob through Dave, because I had an old Kramer to sell, and I offered it to Dave first, and Dave said, "Well, you know, I'll buy it from you." And then he changed his mind on it and said, "But you know what? I'm going to pass this on to my friend Rob, who wants to buy, you know, that one with the Rockinger trim, and it was you know, purple, and he was making an Eddie tribute, yeah." And I wound up passing it on to Rob, and Rob, you know, of course, is, as you know, is also a salt of the earth guy, and and I love their friendship too, because they were best friends, and shout out to Rob, who always, you know, really stood by Dave right to the end, and you know, always just share of knowledge of you know, building guitars, and Van Halen knowledge, and talk about replicas of guitars. Rob has replicas of Van Halen guitars that nobody has, and when I say replicas, just pinpoint accurate, like, you know what, this is the snake guitar, and it's wrong, the scales go this angle, and you know, they would share that knowledge with each other and share it with everyone, you know. I'm just looking. Go ahead.
You want to see a clip? I've got a clip with Rob.
Sure. Let's see a clip with Rob and Dave. That'd be great.
Let's see. None of these are even titled. Let's try. Let's just try this one. Let's see what happens here.
We're winging it, folks.
Is live on air. Hey, this is Johnny Beane doing another Google Plus chat
2016
chat talk today. I got David NESDALL. I got Jeremy Hefner, otherwise known as Hef, and Rob Johnson, who has
this was Rob's first
cool
show.
Guitars. So hey, how are you guys doing today?
Awesome.
What's up?
Good deal. Hey, it's playoff season. Football's on Sunday. You know, hey, it is what it is.
Cool. So hey, I'll let you guys talk a little bit. I'm gonna start posting links to this to some pages.
Okay, sounds good.
I'll be back.
You got it. Rob, play that beautiful guitar of yours. Let's hear it.
Yeah.
All right, I will just let me introduce it a little bit here. This is one of my Van Halen guitars, probably one of my most prized possessions. I've had this guitar for approximately 15 years. It is a 1985 Steinberger GL2T trans-strum guitar. It's exactly like the one that Eddie played back in the 5150 tour and the OU812 tour.
So that was Rob's first show, actually.
And
his camera technology is just like mine, but that was like 6 years ago.
I don't have a great camera here either, so I'm with you, man. I'm filming with a cardboard box and a lens, so my lighting over here at Mama Kuda's is terrible. By the way, someone asked me a clue for tonight's show and tell guitar. Just FYI, tonight's show and tell guitar is David NESDALL's favorite guitar in my collection, one that if anything had happened to me would have gone to him, and we share a lot of good memories about it that I'll talk about when I reveal it. It is a celebrity guitar, so I'm just gonna say that it is one you'll want to stay tuned for and enjoy, and it has a lot of meaning to me already for what it is and my personal sentiment, but it means more to me because it meant so much to Dave as well. So that's just one more layer that guitar now holds for me in memory. I've had it since back in the day. It is a celebrity guitar. I love it because of that. I love it because of what it meant to me through all these years. But the fact that it meant so much to Dave as well, and we shared joy over it multiple times, means that it also adds just another bit of meaning to me, to that guitar, to what it means to me, that Dave and I had shared good memories of it as well. So I will show that a little later on in the show. And yeah, Rob Ranford brings up Dave, Rob, and Paul Unkert shared a lot of screen time as well. Paul Unkert, for those that know the Van Halen world, was instrumental in Eddie Van Halen's personal guitars, and Dave and him shared a lot of conversations. Dave and him shared a lot of time and a lot of conversations, and Paul had a great respect for Dave that all of us should. And like I said, Dave was so freaking humble about that. Dave never cared about the spotlight. Dave never cared how many viewers there were. Dave never cared. He loved his viewers.
He did care about how many thumbs ups there were.
Well, he wanted, of course, the shows to do well and to be seen, but he never cared for personal accolades. That wasn't his thing. He was basically wanted to, people to see the shows and enjoy the shows and appreciate what he brought to the table. But he never said, "Hey, I'm Dave NESDALL. I'm so great. Look at me." I do that. I say I'm a bumbling idiot. Yeah. Don't look at me, but I just like to entertain, but Dave liked to inform, and he did it with humility, and he did it with all the right reasons. He did it for no personal gain. He did it for, hey, just come watch me and learn. Let me show you. And, of course, everyone loved to, get his goat and, well, I'm going to give you a thumbs down. No, don't you dare do that. And everyone
he took it personal.
To have fun. Everyone loved to have fun with it. But, inside Dave knew that it was just, people playing with him and that everyone truly loved him. And people let him know that when they met him in person, they saw that generosity and that sweetness, that genuine sweet warmness that Dave showed. And if you ever talk to him on the phone, I mean, this is a moment I was looking up Mary's skirt, and Dave's trying to show her the guitar, and this is the difference between the pureness of Dave and the terribleness that I radiate. But anyone who's ever talked to him, really talked to him, not just coming on the show, not just as an audience member watching, but anyone who's actually talked to Dave, just could see how warm he was and what a good person he was, and just how much he just wanted to inform you and give you knowledge and make you a better player or enjoy the hey, Lynn Marie, how are you? Two Pups Boutique.
Lynn.
Yeah,
hey,
he just wanted to give of himself.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna jump out of here, but I appreciate you guys letting me come in and say a few short words. I'm sure Jay and I will talk a little bit more about this on Friday for Exclusively Talking Van Halen. Continue to pay our respects to Dave. But Dave, if you're listening, we love you, miss you, and my dad always said, and Mancuda, you'll appreciate this, from one Long Islander to another, but only the good die young.
Oh, Billy Joel, man. Absolutely. Yep. No better words were said. So I'm going to live to a ripe old age based on that. So.
All right, guys. Love you. Talk to you later.
All right. Love you too, brother. Rock on. Thank you,
guys.
See you, Kurt.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you. It's Kurt 5150. Thank you, brother. And look, there's not enough words you could fit, and not enough tributes you could give to NESDALL. There's not, this is the show that I wanted to give Dave. This is the show that Johnny wanted to give Dave. This is, basically one of a number of shows that will be on the air from various people, various channels, various tributes on Facebook, various tributes on chat groups. And, I see some beautiful tributes in Facebook from a lot of people. And it's so great to see that Dave left us with basically what he wanted, that people acknowledged, you know, how much a good person like him meant to them and affected them and helped them, because that's his biggest thing. He just wanted you guys to get something out of his brain, you know. And yes, Mike Neese, I am going to show specifically a show and tell guitar specifically targeted for Dave. It was his favorite guitar in my collection. One that him and I shared some great memories of. So I will be showing that pretty soon in about 20 minutes. I will be showing that. And I'll be telling the story of the guitar and how it is connected to both Dave and I. And it is a celebrity guitar. So yes, please stay tuned. And I'll be showing that in a little while. In the meantime, feel free to call in and share your memory, or come on if you have a camcorder and or a video camera and want to share a memory with Dave. I saw some beautiful, nice things said in the chat, and Dave is looking down on us, and he's probably being shown around heaven right now by Eddie Van Halen, who's probably saying to him, "Hey man, I have loved your shows. Can you set up my guitar? Because I hear great things about the way you set up guitars." I'm sure that Eddie's saying that to Dave right now, and thank you for the kind words. And you know, Dave just loved Eddie. Oh my God, Dave loved and respected Eddie, and I know Dave at one point lent Eddie a guitar for a show. I don't remember the story. I know other people on here. If someone wants to come on here and tell it, or remember the video where Dave told it, but I know at one point Eddie needed to borrow a guitar and someone wouldn't lend it to him, but Dave did. Because again, that was Dave NESDALL. Shirt off of his back. That was David NESDALL. And just, you know, so gracious, so gracious.
We have a call.
It hurts. It hurts.
We have a call.
Who's coming
here?
on the air?
Hi, you're on the air. Who's this?
It's Vista 1972.
Hey, man.
Hey, man, what's going on?
Good.
I have a Dave NESDALL story. I am a drummer. I'm not a guitar player. I do love guitars, but I'm not a guitar player. But anyway, when Dave left, Dave had the Thursday show, and unfortunately, I couldn't make all the Thursday shows. So I made one of his Thursday shows, and he had some of the members from Billy Joel's band on there. And one of the persons he had was Liberty DeVito, which is a very underrated drummer. Mm-hmm. But he was on the show, so I was chatting in the chat room, and I was chatting to Vito, and he was responding back about what drums I had and what drums he had set up at the time. This was during the COVID time thing, so they were in their separate homes or whatever. But he had his drums set up. So we're talking about the drums, that I played, he played. And this conversation went on for about 5 minutes. And at any time I'm thinking, Dave could shut this down any time now, because this was about guitars, not drummers. But that's the kind of guy Dave was, that he let us talk about drums there. And I thought it was pretty cool of how he did that. And even though he would come on your channel later on and come into the chat, I still talked to him, and then we still had conversations in the chat room, even when he came on to your show as well. So I just thought I would like to share a little story with everybody.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, and thank you for watching this stuff, because I know you've been in the chat for a long time.
Yes, a long time. About 2016, about 2015, 16 or so. Yeah.
Dang. Yeah, man. All right. But thank you so much. Thank you, dude.
All right, you guys take care.
All right. Bye-bye.
Rock on. Thank you so much for the call, man. That's a great story. You know, this is a really good point that I keep sounding like a broken record. Dave didn't care about Dave. Dave cared about you guys hearing cool stuff. Dave cared about sharing cool stuff with you. And if part of that cool stuff was having Liberty on the show, and talking to someone in the industry, Dave basically sat back and said, you know what? This is for the viewers. This is for the viewers. That's what he always wanted, was to share knowledge and share and make you guys better players, better, more informed, and just, that's all he ever asked. It was just, listen, I've got some experience. I want to share it with you. Just give me your ear. Give me that respect to let me talk, and I'll give you guys all I have. That's what he did. He gave to himself. So he gave of himself so much. And that's a perfect example. Yeah, Dave's not a drummer. Dave didn't care about a drummer, but you know what? Dave knows and was well respected by a lot of rock stars. And Dave will step back out of the spotlight to give you, his viewers, his fans, his friends, that experience of letting someone like that take the airtime. He didn't care about personal, accolades. He cared that you guys got something out of it, and that's a great example. And he did that all the time.
Yeah.
Let's see. IROC Z Blues. Great name. Dave got me to put a Duncan JB in my guitar. Said Eddie Van Halen used that pickup. It sounds so right. I will now call that guitar Nez. That's beautiful, man. That's beautiful.
Awesome, man.
Oh, that's very funny. Renus brings up the Buddy Guy signature guitar. Dave had this polka dot guitar. Dave, and it was a running joke on the show that we used to bust his chops about.
Still,
it's like, yeah,
it's one of those things where is that a Buddy Guy Strat?
It's like a legendary joke that eventually he just threw up his arms. And he's like, yeah, it's whatever you guys want it to be. Like I said, Dave always, he hated you see him laugh, but man, he loved to laugh. He really did. Tobini says we lost a real brother, or Tubin won. We lost a real brother. We did. Yeah,
another
we did lose a real brother.
Another long-time viewer here, Tubinin. Yeah, man, it's a shock, man.
We had a lot of running jokes together. The Buddy Guy Strat was just one of them. Like I said, Dave often was very serious because he wanted to inform. But you know what? When you got Dave to laugh, when he let his guard down and cracked up, he had the most pure, real, wonderful laugh that I will miss so much. It was just, it was loud and genuine, and I'll miss it. I'll miss it a lot. I'll miss hearing it on the phone. I'll miss it in person. Like I said, even though I spoke to him only like 10 days ago, you always say, oh, maybe a few days ago I should have called him to go out and grab some pizza. My last visit with Dave was a while ago in person, but we talked on the phone a few times. I guess my last visit was November, when I last saw him physically in person. But talking on the phone, the last time I saw him was, or last time I spoke to him, like a physical phone call, was about 10 days ago on his birthday. We had a nice long talk that I'm really glad I had. IROC Z Blues brings up a great moment. There was a moment on Guitar Town Hall with Dave NESDALL on Dave's channel recently where it was just classic. It was just so classic. Dave brought on this beautiful Les Paul guitar, and he's like, it was a blooper, basically. He had the guitar, and he had it in his hands. He's like, I'm going to tell you all about this guitar. It's got a maple flame top and a, whoa! And he dropped the guitar, and you just hear this sickening sound of a guitar hitting the ground. You all know this sound that, it's like, and the look on Dave's face in slow motion of no was just so priceless. And now, listen, it's a Les Paul, so you would expect the headstock to snap off and fly across the room as Les Paul headstocks do, but it didn't, luckily. And Dave picked it up and he's like, it's okay, it's okay. And he was obviously shaken by it. And a few days later, he separated the clip. He realized how funny it was. Obviously in the moment you're like, no, but when you step back a day later and you sleep on it, you're like, that was really good TV. And he isolated a clip of it and put it on YouTube, and it's on his channel, and you should check it out because it was just one of those hilarious moments that even Dave just had to laugh his ass off about later on. And Dave dropping that Les Paul was just, in the way he said it, he's like, he dropped it and he says, and it's got a broken headstock, and but it didn't. But he made the joke, and it was just so improv funny. And he just he didn't realize at the moment how funny it was. Hey, Dwight Bailey. He didn't realize how funny it was at the moment until a day or two later when he isolated that little clip and put it on his YouTube channel, which you should check out. And God bless him. Like I said, he loved being serious and informative, but even he had to sometimes just say, hey, you know what? That was just such a funny blooper. I want to share it with everybody. And it is really funny that they're laughing with me, not at me. And Dave told me, something that was always very important to him, that I'll share with you guys, and I'm sure a lot of us have gone through this, when Dave was younger, in that, junior high school period, he's going through what we all did, that gawky phase of growing up and trying to acclimate socially. Some kids picked on him, and, basically he wanted to grow up, showing them all that, hey, I'm going to be respected. I'm going to be among my peers. I'm not going to be the kid you picked on when I was in high school or junior high. And we've all been through this. We've all seen bullies. We've all seen jerks trying to make scapegoats of other people to make themselves cooler. We've all seen it in junior high school, middle school, and high school. We've all seen it. We've seen it happen. Dave was one of those guys that basically rose above that and said, hey, someday I'm going to be that person that's respected. I'm going to be someone that people like, that know, that look up to. And I feel really good to say that so many people, so many of us, myself included, had so much respect for him, had so much love for him, had so much appreciation for him, that he achieved that goal. He really did. And I'm so proud to have been his friend. I'm so proud to have had him in my life and call him friend, and that he shared so much with us. And so grateful for him bringing me onto this platform, just, Dave, I know you're listening. I know you're watching. I just want you to know you achieve that respect from your peers. You achieve that respect from rock stars who looked at you with respect. And I think that's the best thing that you could hope for. And just all of us have so much love and respect for you. The tributes that I've seen on Facebook and in guitar chat groups and on Instagram, and just so many people, the love pouring in that people had for you, the admiration, the respect, you showed them. You showed those pricks in middle school. You aspired to it. You did it. You were up on stages that they only hoped to be on. You got the balls to put yourself on television and in front of an audience, made yourself loved and respected. And Dave, you're watching this right now. You achieved that goal. You showed them. You showed them how tough you could be, that other people would have given up when you got so sick, when you were fighting diabetes, when you had parts of you amputated, when you were suffering through dialysis multiple times a week, where they would have crumbled and cried. You were there facing it with the bravery and the strength that so many others were inspired by, myself included. I don't know how I would have fared with all that you've been through, but I know I was so proud to call you my friend, and I will miss you so much. And you have so much to be proud of that you left us with, and so many fans that will miss you. And the love you got from Desiree and your family and fans and friends, you achieved that. And hats off to you, and raise a toast to you. You were just as good as can be. You showed them all. So here's to you, David NESDALL. We love you. We miss you. Let's get to do we have any other calls waiting, Johnny, or should I?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Let's
have a
take
call.
another phone call.
Hello, you're on the air.
Hey, Johnny. Charlie S.
Charlie.
Hey,
S.
Charlie.
Hey, man.
Hey, so I go way back with you guys when it was just you and Dave, and I posted it in the chat before that back in, I guess it was probably 2013, I was going through some back surgeries, and I just wanted to let you know, especially and everyone else, what you guys had together. It was something special, and it actually helped me while I was going through what I was going through. And I just wanted to thank Dave and thank you for it.
Wow, thank you, man. Yeah, that's the thing that's pretty cool about what we were doing, is we were entertaining people. And again, a lot of you guys, I mean, this really, it's all entertainment, a lot of this stuff, and we really were, good friends for a long time. But it's just amazing that people that we don't even know enjoy this stuff, and it's so great that there's so many names here, like Charlie S. and a lot of names in the chat, or Bozique, that have been around for years, like a lot of years. And we've actually done special things. Charlie S., didn't we do like a birthday video for you one year?
You absolutely did. Yeah, I actually one of my daughters actually contacted you, Jay, Dave, and you did a shout out for me on a video, and
yeah,
that was great. That was beginning of COVID. That was really cool. I appreciate that. I actually still have the video, and we look back at it, and it's pretty good. It's pretty cool.
Awesome. Yeah. See, it's just
pretty cool that you guys would do that too. It was a good deal. I'll never forget it.
Oh, we love doing that stuff, and it's yeah. It's yeah. I mean, there's just so many memories with all this stuff. It's great, and I'm glad there's a lot of people here that have witnessed a lot of this stuff over the years, because I'm seeing a lot of comments in the chat here of people saying, "Oh, do you remember this time or that time?" Stuff I had totally forgotten about. And there has been a lot of great times, live here that we've all witnessed together, and it's just it's very
well. I just wanted to thank you, Johnny. Thank you and Dave, and it was great. You guys had something great, and just keep it up, because we're all watching. And I'll let you go and let you guys go and continue the night. Have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Charlie S.
Thank you, Charlie. That's very nice.
Bye-bye.
Charlie brings up a really good point. Again, these shows, whether it be on Johnny's channel, on Dave's channel, on Fruitcake Tony's channel, all these shows are entertainment. These are meant to be an escape from all the crap going on in the world, be it politics, the pandemic, war, all the bad news you get every day, when we were in quarantine, all these are meant to give you an escape. We do these shows as a labor of love, and Dave was a huge part of so many people in so many tough times. And these are the type of shows that, basically helped a lot of people get through a lot of difficult times, be it personal issues, relationship issues, health issues, pandemic, whatever it is. I know I've gotten over the years a lot of nice messages, gifts, notes, cards from people that said, hey, watching you guys really helped me through a tough time. And I imagine Dave got the same thing, because Dave was here before I was. And, to be a part of the ability to help people out, just get through hard times, be it a distraction, be it, just, hey, let me just sit down and learn about guitars. Let me just listen to talk about Van Halen. Let me just, it's a great honor to be able to give that service to the fans, to the people that need this distraction. And we all need these types of distractions in our lives. We do, because we all go through shit. Mm-hmm. We all go through shit, be it loss of a pet, loss of a friend, breakup, whatever it is, illness, you name it. I'm sure there's problems coming up for everyone at every time. Mm-hmm. But it's great that Dave took pride in being a part of all our lives out of that love of helping people out, in that distraction, in that entertainment. He wouldn't care if it was, 10 viewers or 10,000 viewers, depending on the video. He just was there. He considered it both an honor and a responsibility. And, there was no point where he said, oh, I hate these people. I don't want to do this. I'm not getting paid. There was just basically a, hey, I want to go on there and do what I do. It's not what you do. It's not what Johnny does. It's not what Jay does. I want to do what I do and have people enjoy that. And, that's the thing about Dave. He was just so giving of himself in all these shows. And look, we've all appeared on each other's shows and channels and whatever. And like I said, sometimes in your life, some people get along, some people don't get along. You have temporary fights, whatever. Look, some people, had fights at the moment, and you say things you don't mean, and you don't know when that moment can't be taken back. So, if anyone's saying, hey, I know Johnny and Dave butted heads. Sure, they had their moments where they butted heads, and they had their moments where they, clashed in at an argument, but they also had moments where they had great times too. And that happens in so many friendships and so many relationships and so many marriages and so many brothers and sisters. And that's just life. So take when you have those moments to say, I care about you, I love you, and what we talk about is just bullshit, and this argument is silly. Take that moment, do it with your friends, and realize tomorrow just may not be there sometimes, because you just don't know.
Yeah, you never know what's going to happen tomorrow.
You know, Eddie
And-
Van Halen had fights with David Lee Roth. Eddie Van Halen had fights with Sammy Hagar. Eddie Van Halen had fights with Michael Anthony. And at different points in your life, you're in fight, you're in mad at someone, or you make up with someone, or you get back together, or you get nostalgic, or you miss it. It just is timing sometimes, you know? And sometimes you're closer with people, and sometimes you're more distant with people. But look, every day is a blessing when you have friends, and take the time to tell yours, I love you, I appreciate you. And if you're in an argument with someone or fight with someone, just say, you know what? Maybe today's the day I should call up my friend and say, you know what? Let's grab lunch and talk it out, because life is short. Life is really, really short. And no one can exemplify that more than our friend Dave, you know? So there you go. Let's take a look. Let's do we have anyone on the phone right now, or
Hello? No.
Okay. I would hope you would know that. Let's take a look at today's show and tell guitar, which is brought here specifically because this is a very special guitar memory that I shared with Dave. This is a memory Dave and I shared back in the 80s when we weren't really, you know, like I said, we weren't close friends that we became later in life. It was just, oh, that guy. Oh, that guy. We didn't hang out. It was just one of those, you see each other in passing. You recognize the face. You may talk to him at the bar, or, you know, run into someone you always see at the guitar store, whatever. That was, you know, something that Dave was around the metal scene. I was around the metal scene, but we didn't really know each other. But later in life, we said, hey, were you there at that show? Yeah, I was there. I think I remember you. Yeah, I think I remember you. Did you have, like, you wore this and you had long? Yeah. And that's the type of memory Dave and I have about this particular show. This is what I talked about earlier. This show at Spit Rocks, which was a club in New York, was where Steve Vai played a live show with a band called Beggar's Opera, and you could see the Beggar's Opera drum kit there. I want to know what happened to them, because they were a really good band back in the 80s. They never became big, but I really liked them. I liked them. They opened up for Steve Vai during this Spit Rocks tribute show, and Steve came on, and this was when Steve was super at his peak. He was, you know, of course, you know, he did his touring with Lee Roth. And this was right after the Skyscraper albums, when he was, you know, joining Whitesnake and doing Passion and Warfare. This was Steve at his peak of performance, that everyone was just a fan of Steve. And you could see him right there playing his 7-string. And Dave was at that show, and I was at that show. And at that show, it was a charity benefit for a children's hospital called St. Jude's. Most of you probably heard of it, St. Jude's. It's a New York hospital. They basically cure children of cancer treatments and other severe illnesses for free. They do it for free. They don't give you a bill. They basically, it's all charitable. And Steve apparently told a story that when he was a kid, he had something called the croup, or I forget what it was, but it was basically something that would otherwise have been fatal to him. And St. Jude's gave him free treatment and saved his life, basically. And Steve felt that he owed St. Jude's Hospital a debt. So he played this charity benefit at Spit Rocks. It was in Levittown. It was behind, I believe, the Tri-County Flea Market. And this was one of those metal clubs that, you know, every day of the week it was open, but of a different genre. Like on Tuesday, it was rap night. Thursday, it was Spit, which was all hair bands. Saturday, it was 007s, which was a dance club. And, basically, Steve wanted to do this charity benefit. And as a raffle, he took his favorite guitar from the Skyscraper tour with David Lee Roth, and he put it up for raffle. He basically hung it over the register of the club entrance, and it was hanging there on its pink strap, and it was hanging there under a black light and glowing. So when you walked in that club, when you walked in Spit, no, it was Levittown, New York, Bozique, Levittown, New York, on Long Island, where Dave and I are both from. When you walked in Spit, the first thing you saw when you walked in, hanging there, glowing, was this neon yellow Ibanez gem with a rosewood neck and a floral headstock that was clearly just worn to death. And I remember looking at that like, oh my God. And I spent like, I don't remember how many raffle tickets I bought. Every dollar I had in my pocket, I was dying for that guitar. And Dave at the time was working for, I forget if it was Manny's or what guitar store he was working at, but they basically got it to give to Spit, to deliver to Spit. And Dave held that guitar in his hands and played it and was just so enamored with that particular guitar. He said he'd never played a guitar like it. He felt Steve Vai's aura emanating from that guitar, and the fact that it was just, used so much on the Skyscraper tour, and it was clearly so worn and so beat, and it came with documentation from Joe Dispagni, the late great Joe Dispagni, who was the owner of Gem Guitars, who hand-built custom-made boutique guitars for Steve and other artists like Cinderella and other people. And that was the Gem name that Steve named the Gem series for Ibanez after his friend Joe Dispagni, who built guitars for Steve and helped modify guitars for Steve. And it had documentation for it. And Dave told me he'd played this guitar and was like dying for this guitar. And he also saw it hanging up there and said, I tried to win it so badly. And Steve's talking about the guitar on stage and telling the story of St. Jude's. And he's playing this great set of all the stuff you want to hear. David Lee Roth songs and stuff from Whitesnake. And the audience is listening, and, just all the stuff you want to hear. And he's basically saying, hey, for charity, I'm giving up my baby. So you guys go try to win that guitar. And we all tried. Eventually, a name was pulled. It was not myself and it was not Dave. Both of us, not knowing each other well, were crushed. But it went to a guy who was clearly blown away by the whole experience. And he won the guitar, and Steve handed it to him, and he was hugging it and said, oh my God, I can't believe I won. And I immediately, being the person I am, I went up to that person once Steve was done with them, and the photographers were all done. I said, hey man, listen, do you want to sell that? Like, really, do you want to sell that? And he's like, I just want it. I'll never get rid of this. And I said, well, listen, let's trade info, because eventually everybody sells. Whether it's 20 years from now, 50 years from now, I'll still want that guitar from you. Take my info. Let me take your info. And if you ever do part with it, just give me dibs and let me try to tempt you. And him and I stayed in touch over the years. And a few years later, I get a phone call from him, and I checked in with him like every 6 months. Hey, how you doing? Do you want to get rid of that Vi guitar? And he's like, no, not yet, man. But I have to admit, I'm not playing it as much as I used to. So maybe someday. Okay, I'll check back with you around Christmas. Hey, bro, have a good. And one day he called me and said, hey, I got into a car accident. I desperately need another car. Let's talk. And we got together, and God bless, I wound up buying that guitar. And this was, in about the early 90s. And I was like so happy to own this guitar. This was one of my original guitars, because I started collecting guitars in 1988. And I only had a few at the time. And that was one of them. That was my prize. That was the jewel of my heart. And then in the early 90s, when grunge came, I just kind of lost interest in learning to play. And it went into my closet, safely stored, not to be seen until I got back into guitars about 2010, when I was on the TV show Lost, and I needed something to do during my downtime, and I picked up guitars again. And I of course, dug it out of my closet and plugged it back in. I said, wow, this is why I started learning guitar. I'm going to go back to that, because I realized I'd skipped so much time because I didn't like the music scene, that I'd lost interest in learning guitar. And so I still had this guitar. I loved it. I paid a fortune for it at the time. We're talking a high number. I'm not going to disclose it, but at the time it was a very, very high number. Fast forward to in the 2000s when Dave and I really became close friends, when we really started talking more than, hey, I recognize that guy from the club. Oh, hey, I think I talked to you. We met at the diner after that show. Yeah. No. This was when Dave and I were really close friends. And, Dave basically, and I compared notes on that. And this was when, just before I came on to join the channel, or when Dave invited me as a guest onto the channel, Dave and I were looking at this guitar, and he was blown away that I owned it. He's like, you don't understand my history with that guitar. I played that guitar when it came from Steve's hands into my shop to get it ready to, put on display at that show. So I had days with that guitar, and I didn't want to put it down. I would plug it in and go, oh my God, I can't believe I'm playing Steve Vai's favorite guitar from the Skyscraper tour. I can't believe this. I love that guitar. He's like, can you bring it over again? And I brought it over, and Dave lit up like I've never seen him lit up. There's photos on his Facebook and mine of him holding that guitar, and just the beaming smile on his face. I was so happy to share such a memory, because I had memories like that from back in the day, just buying it and seeing it, and the same memories of seeing it at the show. Dave had memories of actually playing it when Steve brought it in, and just wouldn't put it down, and loved it, and wished to God he owned it. And seeing Dave play it, and he had me bring it on the first time when I appeared on as a guest on the channel as, John Mancuda, actor from Lost, also guitar collector. I brought that guitar on, and Dave and I talked all about it. And Dave recounted his memories of it. And like I said, everyone, people remember certain things, but Dave and I shared such special memories of that guitar. And he's like, if you ever want to sell it. And I said, dude, if anything ever happens to me, this is going to you. I made purposely a note to myself, or whoever would, be an heir of me, that guitar would go to Dave, because I didn't think anyone besides me would appreciate it just as much as he did. And I had it with me the first time I was on the channel. So I'm bringing it on again because Dave loved it. This was my favorite. This was his favorite guitar in my collection. And Dave, this is for you. Johnny. Look at that thing. Let me get this out of the way. Hold on. Let me just get a good photo of this. Hold on.
Let me grab it.
Hold on, Johnny. Hold on. There we go.
Hang on. Where's the video? Oh man. Crap.
Hold on, guys. We're just getting a thumbnail.
How do you spell Johnny? Oh, here it is. All right, got it.
Okay. Let's walk through this guitar because this has a lot of history and a lot of things that we should talk about. First of all, it's screaming yellow. This is not in the best light, but this is basically desert yellow, which was an original Ibanez gem color. Okay, so it's hard to see. It looks light yellow or faded yellow. It's a dark neon yellow that's probably not coming through as well as I want to because of the light, but it's still bright neon yellow, and it's very hard to see in this light. But I want to point out to you that this neck that came on it, even though this is an early gem, and when I say it's an early gem, it's let's see, I guess it's 87. It's from the very first run of gems, because obviously, Steve Vai got his first pick. This was played all over the Skyscraper tour with David Lee Roth. And if you look on the back, it's scraped to death from Steve. It's really, God damn this fucking light. Is that a little better? Can you see it a little better? It's scraped to death. You notice there's just scrapes in the paint. Can you guys see that okay?
Yeah, we can see that.
All right. Can you hear me okay, Johnny? Because the mic's away from me, but
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So Steve signed it to a worthy cause, God bless, Skyscraper 88, Steve Vai, and then he wrote under it, this was my favorite, enjoy. Because he wanted to emphasize that this was the one he didn't want to let go of, but he made a point to let go of it because he felt he owed a debt to St. Jude's, and all the money from this guitar would be going directly to St. Jude's Hospital. And he raised a lot of money because everyone wanted to, get it. But look at the scrapes on it. Can you see this? I'm so sorry for the light. The scrapes, the chunks of wood, the little pieces of wood. Do you see all the scrapes? Because Steve drug it on the ground, swung it around his neck, dropped it, threw it, knocked into people. And Dave sent me a photo of Steve playing it that he had from a concert. Because like I said, Dave, hold on, drop my earpiece. Dave followed it. This is a extremely well played guitar, and even Steve said he's like, yeah, I just beat the shit out of it. And he said that with a smile. This is his original strap, and this is how we saw it hanging, just like that, over the register of the club. Imagine you walk into a club, and under a black light, you see this blazing yellow guitar with a blazing neon pink strap. And, it's obviously Steve, and it's the neck specifically was hand done by Joe DeSpagni. I'm not sure exactly what he did to it, whether he handed the vine inlays or something to that effect, because there's documentation there. I'll bring that out too, mentioning that he did a lot of things to the neck to make it special for Vai. This headstock, this floral headstock, was something that's part of the custom part of it. And you'll see the tape, the original tape holding the picks is still there, as well as Steve removed half the tuners because he's kind of quirky and fun like that, to make that little design on the back. That was intentional. And this originally had one of those palm guards. If you notice, you see the two little rest buttons here? This originally had a palm rest, which the very, very earliest gems had, so that you wouldn't lean on the tremolo. But Steve apparently took it off because he's Steve Vai. Enough said. He doesn't need the damn palm rest. Okay, Steve could play this guitar with his penis, and it would sound perfect. If he has, I'm really getting some germs, but I hope he hasn't. But again, I mean, the classic gem, monkey grip, the DiMarzio pickups, all the tiger claw. And look at the wear on the neck plate there. You see that palm wear? That's all from Steve, of course. And I love these early Ibanez pink straps. Or I'm sorry, DiMarzio pink straps. Because Steve was big on DiMarzio pickups, and they obviously gave him that strap. And this thing holds it together, boy. When Steve whips the darn thing around his neck and stuff like that. And of course, you have the scallop, the last 4 frets are scalloped. You can see that. Let me move the microphone out of the way. People are like, be careful, man. Listen, Steve played this at about 1,000 shows and beat the shit out of it. What damage am I going to do to it? But there you go. You see the little scallop frets over here. The last 4. Really cool. And the neck has been sanded down, and Steve obviously got his hand oils all over it because it's dirty as hell, and it's smooth like glass. I can't even emphasize how smooth that was. And let me show you some of the paperwork that came with it. First of all, look at the chunk, that bite of wood out of it. That like Steve said, and I told Steve that I had it, and I've met Steve before. He's also a Long Islander, and Steve was shocked that man ever sold it because he treasured it so much. I explained the story, and it'll probably be. I still owe Steve some photos of this because he's making a book of his old guitars, and I'm gonna send him photos. I have to do that when I get back to Los Angeles. Just remembered. But anyway, he was saying he just beat the shit out of the guitar. He loved playing it so much that he just broke it in. I mean, that's what they're for. If you see, there's guitars. Steve gets a lot of free gems from Ibanez being their main endorsee. And, it's one thing to play one and put it back. And this thing just was like with him on every stage of the Skyscraper tour. Just look at the dirt on it and, the wear and the paint and everything, the scrapes. I mean, looking against the light, I don't know if you could see that, but just look at all the scrape marks on the back of that thing. And look at the horns. Look at the horns, the backs of the horns. You see all that black scraping? I mean, Steve was not gentle on his guitars. But boy, what a great time we all had in the audience. Let me pull out some paperwork on it. By the way, I have the original case on it that Steve toured with it, and it's got all stickers and stuff. But most important, which is really cool, is the paperwork it has with it. I'll pull this out. Excuse me while I whip this out. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I bought this in 1991. I bought this in 1991 from the former person that owned it, because I have a note of that. But this was a handwritten letter from Joe DeSpagni, Steve's guitar tech. Rest in peace, Joe, the owner of Gem Guitars, Steve's personal tech and very good friend for many, many years. And it says, Steve, hope you like the axe. Worked hard on it. Try it and call me. I would like to know your feelings on it. I would like to know how you feel about it. Check out green vine inlay neck, paid special attention. And that's why I'm wondering if those inlays were done by hand on that one, or it might be a prototype of that design. Talk to you soon, Joe. Because that, like I said, it's an 87 guitar. It was before the Vines came on. Let's see. And then this is a receipt from Gem Services specifically, which was, again, what Joe DeSpagni's boutique guitar brand was before Ibanez took the name honoring him. And it said Gem Services Inc. and the address in Carl Place, New York at the time. Steve Vai, to Steve Vai, his name on the receipt. And it's dated June of 1988. This particular receipt. I don't know how many times Joe worked on this guitar. Apparently, Steve, he was Joe's, he was Steve's luthier. He was Steve's tech. He was working on Steve's guitars all the time. This is the latest invoice I have for this, was of June of 88. And let's see, floral. Let's see if I can read this. Floral black, and pink inlay. That's the headstock. Neck shim, polished frets, spring retainer, green inlays. It's hard for me to read in this light. Let me see if I could get a little more light here. Hold on. Change neck shim, level and polish, intonate, spring retainer, green inlays, black floral headstock, level and polish, sand back and sides of neck, no charge. It's good to be Steve Vai, right? So there you go. It's nice to see that level of history that comes with something like this, because it came directly from Steve. I mean, you don't get better provenance than that. But like I said, Dave specifically played this guitar right from Steve's hands, right when Steve basically gave it to the shop Dave worked at, brought it in and says, get it ready for this raffle, bring it down to meet me at the club, and you got a couple of days with it. And Dave basically played it every day he had it there. And I thought that was so awesome that Dave shared that memory of this guitar with me. And when I first came on the show as a guest of the show, he asked me to bring this guitar, and I did. And I have such great photos of us with this guitar. Like I said, I know there's some on his Facebook. I know there's some on my Facebook. Just a really good personal memory of Dave and I enjoying a guitar together and sharing a memory of, back in the day together. Really, really great. And, like I said, just Dave's memory of it with me adds just another layer to why this is one of my favorite guitars in my collection. Because I'm a Steve Vai fan. I'm a David Lee Roth fan. I'm a fan of the early Gems. I also have a green and a pink one from the early days, but this yellow one was Steve Vai's favorite guitar at the time. And, it was Dave's favorite guitar in my collection as well. So Dave NESDALL, my friend in heaven, this guitar, show and tell guitar for this week is for you. This is brought on for you. There you go. There you go.
Yeah, that's a nice guitar. Right, Mully?
Hey!
Hey, man.
What's going on?
How you doing, man?
Good morning.
Have you guys met? Have you guys ever met?
Maybe briefly.
Possibly. I mean, you look familiar. I know the face.
Yeah, I've been on here before.
Yeah. We must have met virtually.
Mully's another long time friend of ours. He's one of the early. He was on the really early shows with us.
Long. Yeah. Matter of fact, this is where I met Dave.
Yeah.
I met Dave through you in this show. Yeah. I'm not going to pretend like Dave and I were best friends sitting around combing each other's hair. But that's not a bad meaning. Like we didn't get along. I mean, every time we saw each other, we talked and we had a good time, but we weren't like buddy. But it's really shocking to hear this news, like I didn't expect it. I mean, like, it seems like just a week or two ago, I was sending him a happy birthday message. And then I saw him, out at Rob's place like a weekend ago. And I'm like, yeah, they look like they're having a good time. And then I wake up the other night, I got a message from somebody and I was like, what, huh? WTF? Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I woke up yesterday to 4 different messages in my Facebook Messenger breaking the news to me, and my jaw dropped. Like I said, it was just the worst thing, to wake up to. There's no right time to lose your friend. You know, and Dave was both a friend and on this show a co-host. So it's a double whammy for me. But I've
always said that I've always felt like, we can't choose when the time comes for any of us, unless you do it yourself. But just we can't choose it, right? And it's 52. That's a little too soon. Soon. It was just I don't remember how long ago it was, probably somewhere around the end of last year, I guess. My memory is horrible on things like this, but Desiree had contacted me about making an intro for the show. She was putting something together and she wanted some help with some editing and stuff like that. And I said, hey, why don't you let me throw something together for you? And if you guys like it, you can use it. And if you don't, I'll help you with whatever you want to do, So she sent me all the pictures and the music and all that. And that intro that you see on the Guitar Town Hall, I made that for him. They loved it and they ran with it. Yeah.
Cool.
And
so Dave's I made the title, you made the theme song, and Dave.
Dave's like, well, I don't know who made the song. I made the video for the intro.
Okay. I came up with the title. You came up with the video.
The music was John Conklin.
Well, sorry,
Okay.
I came up with the video along with Desiree. She gave me all the pictures and all this and all that, and we kind of talked it out, and then I put it together for her. So it was collaboration between me and Des, and then I talked to Dave after that, and that's probably the last time that I talked to him. I talked to him after that, and he invited me. Well, you should come on the show, and I'm like, Dave, like, I've got nothing to add to your show because they're like really guitar talk, right? And I'm like, I'm not a great guitar player. I've got nothing that I can add. And he goes, oh no, you can come on. I'm like, it's all right, Dave. Don't worry about it. It's cool. But I think that's the last time that I talked to him. So that whenever I made that video was.
But you see the way he said, come on. That was Dave.
That
was Dave.
Yeah.
Come on, have fun with us. Share the spotlight. This isn't about me. This is about everybody.
Yeah.
That was Dave.
Yeah. So just now I wish I had, I wish I had gone on now, because I know how much he loved this.
Yeah.
Totally. Yeah. We all love those.
There we go. There's my pinky. But of course it's an EX. Gorgeous. It's an EX.
That's cool.
Yeah. What a bummer. What a bummer. Man, poor Desiree. Jesus Christ. Man,
poor
2
Desiree,
dogs and a husband.
Poor his mom.
Yeah, his whole family, right? Yeah.
I mean, think about this. They had just in the last few weeks lost both dogs.
Yeah. Yeah.
This was bad. And you're coming up, in July on what would have been his wedding anniversary. Like I said, I'm just glad he found Desiree and that they were together. And
was this going to be their first anniversary?
This was going to be their first wedding anniversary.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah,
I mean, they were together for a while, but this, there's something special about,
well, Tomoko and I sent flowers to the wedding. We did send flowers to the wedding. and I was going to send flowers to the funeral, but I saw that she recommended making a donation to the kid. Was it kidney?
Yeah,
Kidney?
yeah. www.kidney.org in Dave's name. And make no mistake, they said, look, you can send flowers to the funeral, but you know what? Flowers just really don't do anything.
Right.
There's let some good be done in his name for people that helped
Sure.
make his life a little
Well, see,
longer, a little easier.
I'm just
you
hoping
know?
she keeps my flowers and lets them dry out and presses them in a book. And then when people come here, these are the flowers from Mully.
Des, I talked to Des. I talked to her yesterday when she's in shock, and I talked to her today. And look, emotions are very high right now.
Yeah.
And she wasn't really, high on the idea of doing this tribute show. But I think it's basically because there was a time that Dave and Johnny butted heads and whatnot. But I said, look, Tuesday's my night. Dave was my friend, and the fans deserve to be able to mourn him.
Yeah, and even regardless of any little falling out that him and Johnny may have had, neither of them would have wished this on the other one. I mean, it's
No.
yeah.
No.
And
Like
look,
nobody wants
like I said earlier, though, it really wasn't like people made it out to look way worse than it actually was. The last time we talked, we're like, hey, good luck to you. Good luck.
Internet drama, right?
Yeah, it's
Dude,
it's
you
look,
know about
in
all that
the
stuff.
big picture of it, you never get the right time to say I'm sorry. You never get the right time to say, you know what, this is all stupid. This is all water under the bridge. This is dumb. We've been friends for. You never get the right time to say that. Sometimes this is one of those times.
Yeah.
But
Mhm.
I felt, look, I said, I don't want to, I don't want to do anything that would upset you, but I'm Dave's friend, and this is my night, and I want to pay tribute to him. I feel he would appreciate the fans appreciating him. I feel that he deserves to be acknowledged, not just on this channel, not just on this show, but whatever they do on Dave's channel, whatever they do, if they do something on Tony's channel, whatever they talk about in chat groups. I want Dave to have as much recognition as possible because I had a lot of love for that man. And I think there's never enough tribute that you could give to the pure heart that was Dave NESDALL.
Right.
And that's
Mhm.
that's
Right.
just how I feel. And look, I hope that at some point she's not mad at me or anyone that feels, hey, John, there should be one tribute or whatever. I don't feel
I
that
hope
way.
she- I hope
I
she
don't
doesn't get
feel
mad
that way.
either.
I don't feel that way. And look,
I've
I'll be at
always
the
I've always gotten
I'll be
around
at
with
the
that.
funeral. I'll be at the funeral, and if someone wants to yell at me at the funeral for doing this show tonight, I'll take that lump. I'll take that.
I've
I'll
always
take
gotten
that.
along with her, so I hope she doesn't
She's
get mad about
wonderful.
it.
She's wonderful. But you know
you
what?
can understand her feelings being
right
when
now.
Yeah, she's-
Emotions are high on all of us.
Yeah, and I talked to her
I-
yesterday, and like I said to her yesterday, I said, Des, 2022 has not been kind to you at all.
No.
Oh,
To
my
any of
God.
us. But you know what? This is the
Mhm.
unkindest cut of all. I mean, look, if there's a lot of bad. Look, the other day I lost another friend. I was friends with the comic book artist Neil Adams, and he passed away the other day. If you're a comic book fan, he drew Batman and Green Lantern and the Avengers and the X-Men. And that sucked. But I knew him as an acquaintance. I knew him, as someone I talked to at comic book shows or whatever. Dave is someone I've known on and off for many, many, many years. And in the last, specifically number of years, we were just very close, and we spent a lot of time together. We broke a lot of bread together. We had a lot of deep conversations together. Let's not rush George Perez out the door, Bozique, okay? Because I'm friends with him too. But as far as Dave goes, like I said, this is, if someone wants to hold today against me, I will take full responsibility for
Okay,
this
well,
show.
let's just
I
stop
will
that.
absolutely.
Let's just
I'm
stop
just
that
saying.
talk altogether, because then because even talking about that just kind of puts people on edge, right? So just
sure,
friends are just friends are wanting a place to.
This is a show. This is a show about love for Dave NESDALL, and I hope some good comes out of it in going to www.kidney.org to make a donation in David NESDALL's name. And like I said, this is not an easy show for me to do. It's not an easy show for me to get through, but it's a tribute. It's a tribute to my friend.
This isn't one that I was wanting to do. I can't.
No,
it's unbelievable.
And you never think about this stuff.
No,
like when Dave and I started doing these shows, I never would have imagined this type of thing. You know?
Well, I saw somebody in here said, "Mully, don't quit your day job," and I know what that refers to. So that's my "don't quit your day job" joke of the day. So for Dave, I've got one. Okay, so. So, Mancuda, since you seem to be the close, okay, here we go. So, hey, Dave, if you're up there listening, I was addicted to the hokey pokey, but I've turned myself around. Okay. There we go. That was for Dave.
There you go.
Oh, man, what a shame. What a damn shame. Jesus.
Oh, look.
So how long have you guys been on tonight?
3 hours and 16 minutes.
Oh, yeah, it's right there in the corner, isn't it? Yeah. Okay.
And this is all for Dave. This is all for. I had other subjects I wanted to talk about, but Dave deserves a show tribute to himself. That's it. That's tonight. Tonight is literally just a tribute.
Sure.
Let people talk about a celebration of life for David NESDALL because he deserved it. He truly deserved it.
Well, I really don't even know what to say. It's just such a damn shame. So young, and he just had a birthday. Like 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, a little less than 2 weeks ago.
Was it like the 19th or something? 19th, 20th, somewhere around there.
Was it the 20th or 21st?
Somewhere around there. I mean,
it was the 19th. It was about 10 days ago, or I mean, that was the last time I spoke to him on the phone. I mean, look, in hindsight, you always wish maybe I should have gone over there and taken him out to dinner. Maybe I should, I mean, I know he was with Rob Johnson around that time. I know he was over there. 19th. Thank you. Hey.
Yeah, so I was right. Okay.
Halen.
Yeah.
I just remember it was, that time, but look.
Yeah, those thoughts of I wish I could have done this, I wish I could have done that. When my dad passed, which was 30 years ago, he called me the weekend before he died. It was a Sunday, and he said, "Why don't you come out to the house today?" I was living with my first wife at the time. We were still dating. And he goes, "Why don't you guys come out to the house today?" And I was like, Dad, we went out drinking last night. I got a hangover. I don't feel like it. We'll come out next weekend. And he said, okay. And we got off the phone, and he died that next Friday morning before I had a chance to even talk to him again. But you can't hold that stuff. You
can't live like that. And
we don't know what's going to happen. If I'd known
I said earlier in the show, I'm going to say it again. If you have friends that you haven't spoken to in a while that you think are going to be there, and you knew tomorrow would be a day they died, make a phone call and reach out to them and just tell them, I love you and I appreciate your friendship. Make the call, go to the lunch, send the email. Even if you're in a fight with them, make amends tomorrow. Don't wait. Just do it, because you know what? That next day will never come. It may never come. We make plans and God laughs. I always say that.
John, love you, buddy.
Love you too, brother.
Johnny Beane, love you, buddy.
Hey, love you too, man.
Blue Rhino, I love you, man.
Would you like some gun stock wax?
I love you too.
Well, you know what? I never got to show Dave my finished Kramer, I don't think. I think he saw pictures online, but I never got to do like this on camera with him. We got the Kramer swirled.
Oh wow, that's gorgeous, man.
So
that's just gorgeous.
This was my very first guitar that I bought way back in the mid '80s. Look, I had my signature put on the head.
Oh, that's just gorgeous, man. That's just gorgeous.
This was done by Frost Swirl. So, Johnny's always favorite part.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah,
that's cool. That's
Johnny
very cool. Eddie Van Halen
likes
etched into the neck plate. Dave would have loved that.
And then we got the
nice. That's stealth.
The Ed signature on the back. And then the
5150. That's cool.
5150 stealth. Yeah.
Nice. Very nice.
Oh man.
By the way, I just got a message from Johnny Curtis, who I was asking about the story that that Dave lent a guitar to Eddie Van Halen, and Johnny sent it to me. So here's the way it goes. The story of NESDALL lending his guitar to Eddie, as I remember him telling it on the show, was that Eddie called into the guitar shop that Dave was working at the time. Ed was in town and he needed one of his music mans for his next show because something had happened to his. Dave told him that they had one, but that it had already been sold to a customer. So he would have to call the customer and make sure it was okay to lend to Eddie. Dave called the customer, and the customer was adamant that nobody was allowed to play his new guitar, even Eddie Van Halen. So Dave called Eddie back and told him that the customer was not going to allow anyone to play it, and he was sorry. Dave then told Ed, hey, I have one of your music mans at home. I can go and grab it, and you can borrow that one. Ed ended up showing up to the shop and borrowed the guitar for the show. That was that night or the next. Ed mailed back the guitar to Dave with a thank you note that he wouldn't read publicly on the air. I remember him being very happy that Ed never signed it. He said that he would have been pissed if Eddie took a Sharpie to his nice music man. But the note was a nice thing to have with it. And I know that's something that that Dave probably treasured, both the memory and the note. And obviously it was a personal note, not meant for, public consumption. But I know Dave, treasured that as a memory. So that's very cool. Thank you, Johnny Curtis, for reiterating that story. I remember parts of it, but I didn't remember the whole thing. But this is exactly the thing that I said about Dave. Dave was that guy that would give you the shirt off his back. He didn't say no when you wanted a favor, whether he knew you or not. And obviously, Eddie Van Halen, Dave's legendary hero, it's a whole thing. But just the idea that Dave would do that and just say, here's my guitar, go. That's Dave. That was Dave to the T.
Right.
That's why he deserves tribute. That's why he deserves to be remembered in such high regard. That was Dave NESDALL, the purest fucking heart in the world.
Yeah, I remember that story.
But then again, if Eddie Van Halen wanted to use any of our guitars, would anybody say no?
Well, again,
Molly, can I use your guitar?
Put yourself in the perspective. You're a guy, maybe you're a Van Halen fan, but do you want your brand new shiny guitar to have no scratches in it? And here's Ed returning it. Hey man, thanks a lot. Nothing in it for you, but it's beat the shit out of now. It's like, what? I just bought this. It's like, some of us would be, hey, that's cool. And others would be like, fuck, it's screwed.
Well, you know what? Let me tell you this. It's here. Okay. As far as my guitars go, I'm really careful with mine. Give you an example. This guitar is 11 years old, and it's my main gigging guitar. Look at that. Not a scratch on it. Okay. Yeah. I really take care of my stuff, right? But if somebody put a scratch on it, I would be just livid, right? But I think if Eddie Van Halen banged it up a little bit, I don't think I'd be okay with that.
Some people would, some people wouldn't. That's the thing, you know.
That'd be
I know
awesome.
I loaned Dave a few guitars, just, you know, some he set up and others, you know, I left this Vi guitar with him.
I'd have him sign the scratches. Eddie, I did this.
Yeah.
Nice.
Right?
Let's see. Andrew Walton sent me a message. Nice tribute to Dave, bro. Dave was going to come on our show the end of May with Rob Johnson. And he shared a nice exchange with Dave.
Yeah. Yeah, I know Rob and
thank you, Andrew. Appreciate
Rob
that,
and
man.
Dave were really close. Man, I talked to Rob a little bit. I talked to Rob a little bit yesterday, and he's just in shreds.
Of course. Dave was his best friend. And Rob is another guy that, you know, you have to admire Rob. He's a family man. He was a cop. He's devoted to being that same pure heart that Dave was, and another just all over nice guy.
Yeah.
You know, so it's no wonder that the two of them were fast friends. And, you know, they shared so many good memories together. Like I said, I think Dave was over there with Rob around his birthday, if I remember, something to that effect, around that time. But hey, Nedward Van Halen. You know, Dave was also, Dave was also a big animal lover. I remember when Howie the Dalmatian passed away, Dave was all upset and choked up. Me too.
That was
another. We Tomoko and I both got tears in our eyes when we saw that news.
Yeah.
Like,
no, I mean, Howie's,
damn.
you know,
Yeah.
Howie was.
How long's that been, John?
3 years.
Has it been 3 years already?
It was. It's passed. It's passed a while.
Yeah.
But I know, you know, Dave's a big animal lover too, and I am too. You couldn't get me off of Dave's black lab. I was always kissing that dog. I was always petting that dog, and you know, I'm a huge animal lover too. But you know, when Dave would go on the show sometime with Snickers, you would just see the love he had for that little guy. It was just, you know, hey Snickers, what are you doing? And, you know, it was just so heartwarming. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know, here at the Mully household, Tomoko for some reason she can't remember Rob's name. Well, I guess
Rob
there's
Johnson?
a couple Robs for that reason. There
How
are
do
a
you
couple
forget
different
Johnson?
Robs.
Johnson's such a, you know.
If I just say Rob, she says who's that, right? If I just say Rob and I don't give a last name, and I'll say, oh, I'm talking to Rob. And she goes, who's that? And I go, Jean-Claude Van Damme. And she goes, oh, okay.
Yeah, because Rob's into the martial arts. Yeah.
Right. Well, the first time she saw him, she said, oh, he looks like Jean-Claude Van Damme. And then it turned out, oh, he does do the martial arts and all that. That's pretty funny.
No, look, Rob is another guy that would give you the shirt off his back. He's such a good-hearted guy. I know Rob's shattered too. I mean, look, yesterday, like I said earlier on the show, I spent my day and yesterday just crying in bed, basically. I was depressed. I was miserable. I'm not happy today, obviously. And I'm sure I'll be a wreck on Saturday going to the funeral.
Do you live near Dave?
I have a place in Hollywood, California, and Mama Kuda, my mom, has a place here on Long Island where I'm from, and I happen to be here now for the last few months. So I'm in town, back and forth, and I happen to be in here now while Dave passed. So I will be, even if I wasn't, I would have flown in for a funeral.
Sure.
Because you just do the right thing, and Dave would have done the same. And so I will be there on Saturday. And look, it's never easy to say goodbye to your friends. You never want to do it. But
poor Dave.
you want to do the right thing. You want to pay tribute to those that deserve it. You want to send them off with honor, and you want to share memories, and you want to celebrate their life.
Well,
and
I'd love to
that's,
be there,
what
but
the night is about.
I'd love to be there, but the flight from Japan's a little too much.
Sure.
Poor Dave.
Yeah, well, there you go.
I was real sorry to see that. Jesus, man.
No, it really shocked me. It caught me way off guard yesterday. Way off guard.
Yeah,
So-
when I woke up yesterday, I turned on my phone and it was all these messages.
Yeah.
Saying either I got the one from Rob at like 4:30 in the morning my time. And then every message was, "Did you hear this?" And that was throughout the day.
Well, I woke
Throughout
up
the day.
about 2:00 in the morning. Now, you guys remember I'm in Japan, so I woke up about 2:30 in the morning. I opened my phone because I usually check my phone, and there was a message from somebody. I won't name any names because I don't out people. I don't give people's names without their permission.
No,
Let's
same
put it that way.
here. Same
So
here.
anyway, I got a message from somebody and said, "Hey, can I call you? Can I call you now?" And I'm like, looking at my phone with one eye, and I'm like, it's 2:00 in the morning. So I said, "Sorry, man, it's 2 in the morning. What's up?" And I saw the text bubbles going across the screen. I said, "Okay, well, he's right, and I'll just open Facebook real quick." So I opened Facebook, and the first thing I saw was Dave's picture. And I was like, and I think it was your message. And I was like, "What? What?" And I reached over and I shook Tomoko. I said, "Huh?"
What, Johnny's or mine?
Yours.
Okay.
Yours.
Yeah.
And I said, Tomoko, I said, "Huh?" I said, "Hon, I think Dave NESDALL died. What?" And so it's like the middle of the night, right? And I'm half awake, and I'm like, "Is today April 1st? What the hell? Huh? Is this some kind of a sick joke?"
Yeah, that
Right,
was
and
my
then-
first thought too.
Yeah, and then I popped a message off to Rob. I said, "Is this a joke?" And he got back to me. He says, "No, it's not." And I was like, "Oh my God, Jesus!" Yeah. So then we were up, half the night. Poor Dave.
I woke up to 4 messages already in my Facebook inbox. Like I said, I won't mention who they're from, but they immediately shocked me, and I texted Desiree, "Is this true?" And then, like, once different people confirmed it for me, I put up a photo and just a couple of heartfelt words, and then I was just beside myself for most of the day. And then just my inbox was pounding with people and my post. And then someone said, "Hey, you should probably take it down because the family hasn't announced his death
Right.
yet." And I said, "You know what, man, not for nothing. With love and respect to the family, everybody and their mother is messaging me the last hour. I by that time I already had about 50 messages." And I said, "Everybody knows." I said, "I wasn't even the one to break the news. The news was broken to me." And I just put up a nice photo of my friend in tribute. And look, everyone was in shock, and feelings are feelings are everyone's upset. Emotions are running high for all of us. At the end of the day, we're all united in we love the man and we miss the man, and it's a shock. And there's no right answer. There's no right way to say to everyone, "Hey, it's when 50 people have now messaged me, "Hey, John, did you hear about NESDALL?" I think it's too late to say, this is a secret. It's a shock to everyone. Everyone's got.
Well,
everyone's
John,
just been
John,
kicked in the
I
teeth.
think it goes back to the times of newspaper days when, don't put the information out there until the family's notified, that type of thing, right? And I think,
Well, the family was notified. The family was the
right.
first
But
one
you know what
to
I
know,
mean?
but
Like they're probably
the
waiting for
fam-
Desiree to make a note first.
a public statement. A public
I
statement. But you know what?
understand that side of it, but I also understand, it's the internet and you can't really contain something like that,
Like I said, but by the time I had put up my Facebook post about it, I already had a packed inbox of people asking, "Did you hear this?" Because, some people knew before me. I wasn't the first to know. It obviously spread fast.
Your post was the first one that I saw, and I saw the messages from Rob and some other people asking you to take it down. But then I did see some other messages that were posted before yours.
I saw some
I think I
before
saw
mine
3 or
too.
4 of them that were posted before yours.
I saw a
Yeah.
few that were before mine too. And like I said, listen, I have nothing but respect and love for the family. But when my inbox is packed, there's nothing to announce. Okay. The world's talking about it already, and I lost a friend. I lost my friend. We're all upset. Emotions are high. We're all upset. There's no right answer for anything. The one thing you can do is honor the man and show love to the man and talk about him to honor him. And that was it. Like I said,
Yeah, Keith's got a good point. Most don't have all the info either. That was the other thing. I was reluctant to say anything because, usually when something like this happens, I want to know what happened. Why?
Sure. And I found that out later on. But I
and
didn't want to detail that. I
Right.
just basically said, look, I lost a friend today, and here's something you should know. I love the man. I'll miss him. And, you
so
should
I
all,
was reluctant to post anything, but then after I saw Desiree's post, then I felt, okay, all right, I can go ahead and say something then, because, I just kind of, after seeing everybody jumping on you, I was like, yeah, I don't want that on me.
Yeah.
Yeah. I basically waited because I knew today that today was the day to do something, and everybody knew, so.
Let's put it this way. If everyone wanted that to be quiet and a secret for a time, then I shouldn't have woken up with a bunch of messages talking about it. I shouldn't have looked on Facebook and seen a bunch of other posts before mine. So, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who's giving tribute as long as everyone's giving tribute. Okay. Because we all suffer.
Aside from this talk, you know what I always wanted? I always wanted to send one of my guitars to Dave and have him set it up for me, because I always heard that he did a really good setup.
He did. He was amazing at it. He did a few of them for me.
I always wanted to do that. Never got the chance to.
Yeah,
He set up.
He was good.
He set up one of my guitars, but I had already sold it to somebody, and so I never got to play it with that setup.
Well, it helped sell the guitar fast for sure. Thank you, Janice. Yeah, and Keith Campbell said it best. Dave deserves tribute always.
Right.
And we all owe him a debt. And like I said, I don't want anyone pissed off at me giving tribute to someone I love. So I hope it doesn't upset anyone.
Okay, well, let's skip away from that talk, because the more we say it, the people that are bothered by it are going to be even more bothered by it. So, you know what I mean? So
I do.
Yeah. Anyway, like I said, I met Dave through this show back in the probably early days.
It was, I had lived to see, when we started doing the shows, I was living over in San Ramon. This was I moved here in 2015.
Okay.
So we started doing them in 2014, like here and there, like a Saturday or whatever. But then when we really started doing them like weekly or 3 days a week, it was here like 2016-ish. So we would have met you 16, 17.
Probably around that time, yeah. Yeah.
Somewhere. Although, I mean, I had known of you for a lot of years already from
the VHML
Van
and all that
Halen,
stuff, yeah.
Van Halen mailing list and stuff. And
that goes back 30 years.
Yeah.
20 years, 20 some odd years. 24? Yeah. God damn. That was quick. I remember when you guys started the show, I think, like you said, you were already living there when I started coming on the show with you guys.
Yeah. Because I remember I did your show. I did a podcast. I did one of your podcasts.
That's right. You and I did a podcast. Yeah.
And then you probably came on here afterwards or right around that.
And I think since then you have passed me in subscribers, if I'm not mistaken. What do you got now? I know you were pushing let's get 8,000 together. Now you're pushing 9,000. So I'm assuming you got the 8.
It's pushing 9. Yeah.
Okay. I'm about 84. I'm about
1,000.
84. I'm about 8,400. Yeah.
Yeah.
Janice, I just want to bring up Janice Lala tagged me in a photo on Facebook of Dave holding a yellow gem. It was not the yellow gem that belonged to Steve Vai that I showed as tonight's show and tell guitar. This was a yellow gem that Dave owned, basically in memory that he liked the yellow gem that I showed tonight. But this was actually Dave's guitar. I'm just going to show this photo. This is this is Dave with Janice Lala and his lovely wife Desiree. You could, let's see if I can. Oh Christ, I'm so bad at this.
You want to push it all the way forward.
Let's see.
I think Dave actually used to say that.
There
Push
you
it
go.
all the way forward.
Yeah, closer, closer.
Just the tip.
There you go. There's Dave with his gem. There's Janice Lala in the middle. And to the left is Dave's lovely wife, Desiree, the love of his life. And
that's at Greenwich music.
That's such a great photo. I'm going to save that one. Thank you for sending that, Janice.
Thank you, Janice.
Yeah, that's really cool. No, Dave, Dave loved his guitars and Dave loved his friends.
I don't have any pictures with Dave. We never met face to face.
Yeah.
With that said, John,
I didn't
Johnny,
either.
you and
No.
I have never met face to face either. But I do have
No.
this picture.
Well, there you go. Look at that.
That's my something about Mully.
Nice. Very
Where'd it go?
nice.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, man.
Well, anyway, guys, I just wanted to get in and just pay my respects to Dave.
Thank you, Molly.
So I will let you guys get back to what you're doing. It's after 1 here. I haven't had lunch yet, so
Thank you, man.
I'm gonna go down and eat. You guys have a good rest day. You guys out there in the chat, good seeing y'all. And I will be making a donation to the kidney organization for in Dave's
Yeah, just do it in the name of David NESDALL. It's a beautiful way to pay tribute to him, and just something that I know he would be happy to see, that he would want.
Oh, before we go, I'm going to show you guys something. Johnny, you haven't seen this yet. I finally got a case for the 3-ball.
Oh, cool, man.
Yeah.
I call it my underwear. What do you mean?
Here we go.
Wow.
Oh, how cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome, man.
Look at that. Is that Gary on that side? And then Michael. And then Alex is, I think Alex is underneath, or he's on top.
There he is. Yeah, I see it.
He's there somewhere. And then
he's on the side. He's right there on the other side, but it's up and down the way it's written.
Okay.
And there's Edward.
Yeah, and there's put some guitar picks in there for show.
Nice.
There we go. The 3-ball.
Awesome.
Hey,
Man.
thanks for coming on tonight, Molly. Really appreciate that, brother.
Yeah. So I will let you guys go. Mick Mars is 72. Damn. All right.
Oh man.
Okay, guys. Well, thanks for having me in tonight. And
yeah.
And Dave, rest in peace, brother.
Here's to that.
Yeah.
If you're at home, raise a toast to David NESDALL, the best friend you could ever hope to ask for.
Here, Dave, I raise a Diet Dr. Pepper to you.
I raise a Waterloo.
I raise a delicious Bang energy drink.
There we go. Okay, guys, I'm out of here.
Thank you,
All right.
man.
Talk to you
Good night.
soon, man. Bye-bye.
And yeah, Clayton James Hicks brings up today, or tomorrow technically, but since it's midnight here in New York, I will say, May the 4th be with you. It is Star Wars Day, so celebrate it. celebrate and have a good May the 4th, Star Wars Day. There you
Yeah.
go. I love May the 4th. I'm a huge Star Wars geek.
Yeah, I usually post pictures of Howie the Dalmatian with Star Wars action figures.
Nice.
Every year.
Nice. I love May the 4th.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Does anyone else want to come on the air? Anyone feel like Keith Campbell says David Crosby calls it May the 4th. Meh, bastard. Even David Crosby respected Dave NESDALL. Crosby didn't respect any of the rest of us, but he respected NESDALL. There you go. Even David Crosby, that bastard. Crosby, why couldn't it have been you?
Oh, gosh.
Anyway. If anyone wants to come on the air, tell a great NESDALL story. Johnny, show the phone number real quick. Share any other memories you have of Dave NESDALL. Something you saw on the show or just meeting him in person. Anything you guys got. Always happy to have that. Bubby Dukakis says, I used to play that Star Wars game at an arcade in the beach, that and Tron. I have a Tron machine in my house in LA. I wanted to get a Star Wars machine too, but I don't have the room for the sit-down one I want. Not with all the other stuff I have, but maybe someday I'll get one. But yeah, great stuff, man. I love that.
Yeah. Yeah, those are cool games.
Yeah. Any other phone calls? We're all running out of steam tonight.
Call now.
Last call for phone call. I don't think Dave really was a big Mick Mars fan. Keith Campbell says, would Dave want to talk about Mick Mars today? Keith wasn't, Dave wasn't big Mick fan. I don't think he disliked him, but Dave liked guys like, like Steve Vai, like Eddie Van Halen.
He was
Andy Timmons and
excuse me,
and Larry Mitchell, and
he was really into like blues players, blues rock,
blues based.
Like I remember he because we did a lot of shows, a lot of them you would see his guitars in the background. Sometimes you'd see him the other side of the room. Sometimes he would do them from like his bedroom. And I remember he had a big photo in the back of one of his rooms it's a very famous photo of Robert Cray, Eric Clapton, and Jimmy. Is it Jimmy Vaughn, I think?
Steve Vaughn?
Jimmy. Stevie Ray Vaughan's brother.
Okay.
So he had that. And I think NESDALL, he liked a lot of stuff. He liked a lot of stuff. But
R2, R3 brings up Desiree bought Dave a blue Reb Beach Kramer Pacer that I remember. Yeah, it was a Kramer Pacer that looked a lot. It was basically the twin of one Reb Beach played in the early days of Winger. Yeah. Dave also liked Reb.
Yngwie.
Did Dave like Yngwie?
No, not at all.
Yeah, I don't think Dave liked Yngwie. I know
nobody likes
Dave,
Yngwie.
I know Yngwie likes Yngwie. That's about it. I know Van Halen and Vai were like two of his big guys, and Andy Timmons, of course. And it was nice that Dave had a relationship with Andy. Dave is that guy that when you meet a fan, when you're a pro player and you meet a fan, it's nice to actually have more than just some gushing guy come up to you with nothing to say. Dave had real conversations with people. Dave had a lot of knowledge to share with guys like Andy Timmons. They could talk shop. They could talk about mutual friends and tech stuff and and equipment and gear and stuff and amp settings and Dave offered a lot of conversation back. Like I said, I remember with when we interviewed not Andy but let's see, Dave also knew Steve Brown of Trickster, who I'm friendly with, and he liked him. And he and Steve Lynch of Autograph, when we interviewed him, Dave and him behind the scenes, of course, what you see on the screen is us doing an interview and talking. But when the cameras ended, the three of us were just in the back room chat just for, I guess, like almost 2 hours, just on our own conversations about gear and stuff like that. And, Dave held a lot of respect among pro players and, even not pro players, I mean, that's what knowledge gets you is the respect that he had. Yeah. Keith Campbell said, don't even get me started with pedals and amplifiers. Oh God. Dave was like just an encyclopedia about that stuff.
Well, he had a lot of that stuff. I remember
sure.
some of the shows that we did. He would show off his pedal boards, and he had like several of them. He had like a main board, and that. Well, you were there, so you probably saw.
I've been to his house many times.
Yeah,
I played with much of his equipment. I remember he was showing me this Yamaha, this little Yamaha, even though he had the big EVH amps and the Marshalls, and he showed me that little lunchbox Yamaha that he would use on a daily basis, and he's like, plug that in, check that out, and we were just noodle around on that Yamaha, and I was like, wow, this thing really sounds great. And he's like, it's $300. It's like bang for the buck. Dave was never like an elitist. He just like played what he liked. And he just had such a good energy when he got new gear. He truly enjoyed the gear for the right reasons. He's like, look at this guitar. I just got this SG, and this is fun, and play this and check this out, and play these Les Paul Juniors with me. He just really enjoyed the gear for all the right reasons. Oh, Bozique has one of those too. I think does Jay have one also? I know someone else got one.
We all have one.
Yeah, that little Yamaha.
THRX?
Something like that.
I've never known.
He showed it to me also in Music Zoo, when we were in Music Zoo one day, and we were playing some Les Paul Juniors they had, and Dave's like, grab that amp. It's like, it was just so fun. Yeah, Dave played Larry Mitchell's 8-pedal board. Dave knew his stuff, man.
Mitch, dude, I had no memory of that either, man. Mitch Harmon was on like our very first show, and I had no clue that. I didn't know that we even met you then, man. It's so weird.
Just like a bittersweet memory. It's so good to see. It's so good. This is the thing. Yeah, R3 Locking Nut mentions that Yamaha THR 10X. That was it. Yeah, Dave wasn't an elitist. He, it's like, here's a guy with a 59 Les Paul, and he's happy to plug it into this cute little Yamaha that just sounds good. And that was all that Dave cared about, is like, I don't care what the name brand is. It's not about it being a Marshall. It's about sounding good and good tone and, bang for the buck. And, this is one of the things about Dave is, he would share that stuff with you. It's like, hey, you don't have to spend that much money. You can get something like this and sound terrific. Let's see. Referred to himself a cork sniffer. We talked about live on the air on his show. Yes and no. Yes and no. Bozique says, you got one thing wrong, Mancuda. Dave was an elitist when it came to expensive axes. He referred to himself as a cork sniffer when we talked about it live on the air on his show. Yes and no. Dave had an appreciation for really good gear, but he never looked down on something like a new Gibson SG. That didn't cost that much. I remember being in the store and we were trying out some new Fender Strats and the Gibson SGs. And I remember, it's like, here's a $1,500 guitar, even though, he's played, really vintage, 1961 SGs. He wasn't, I'll only play this. He was fine to get a newer one that wasn't the vintage one. That's all I'm saying. No, he didn't like, entry level imports. A lot of us don't. I personally, I'm not a fan of, import Charvels or import BC Riches. Even though they make some decent guitars, they're not for me. Same thing with Dave. Dave, just because he could buy a 61 Gibson SG didn't mean he rejected the newer SG replica and the reissue rather, and bought that and enjoyed the shit out of it, even though it wasn't, breaking the bank. He liked both. But I know what you're saying, though. I do. But like I said, see, that's the thing. Yeah, you like the $500 to $1,000 import guitars. I'm not a fan of those either. Dave wasn't a fan of those either. But I'm just saying, like, new guitars that didn't cost much. He liked certain things like we all do, and some people like the newer imports or the cheaper imports, and some people don't. I'm not a fan of them. Dave wasn't a fan of them, but Keith Campbell says it best. He played what he loved, and he loved sharing that with everybody. And, that's really, at the end of the day, that's really what mattered. Dave shared his friendship. It was the truest friendship I've ever known. When Dave said he loved you, he meant it. When Dave gave you a hug, it was genuine. When Dave shared knowledge, it was for the right reasons. And, when Dave, played something, it was out of love for what he played. He respected artists, he respected people, and he earned everyone's respect. And that's basically where we sit, boys and girls. So I appreciate everyone coming on tonight. And, it's hard for all of us. It's shocking. It's never the right time to say goodbye. And I'll be there on Saturday saying it in person, and that'll just shatter me. But I'm proud to say it publicly that Dave NESDALL was my friend. Dave NESDALL was an on-air co-host that got me into this. Dave NESDALL was someone that I loved dearly, and I had so much respect for him and love for him. And I'm glad to see from Facebook, from Instagram, from on here, from the comments, from the thumbs up, from leaving donations to www.kidney.org, and all the tributes that will be coming, that Dave had earned a lot of love and a lot of respect from a lot of people. And I'm really glad to see that. That's the consolation prize. But otherwise, the good thing is, because Dave was on the air on this channel, on his own channel, and a bunch of others, we'll always have that. We'll always be able to see him and hear him and learn from him and share the goodness that he was. And that gives me some little bit of comfort that we can always watch him. And if you haven't watched all the episodes of Nez Says and old episodes of the shows he did on this channel, and of the newer shows he did under Guitar Town Hall, then take the time and enjoy him, because he did that all for you. He did that all for you. He did that all for a love of you people, and for his friends, and for everyone who shared his passion about guitars and music. He did that all for you. So take the time and go to his channel and leave thumbs on his videos and watch them and treasure them. And again, thank you all for being friends and fans of Dave NESDALL. We love you. We miss you. And thank you for leaving us a legacy of so much knowledge and enthusiasm for what you loved, and we all love, and share that love with us. Thank you so much for your videos. Thank you for your friendship. Thank you for everything you have done for the guitar community and for your friends and family. And much condolences to all of his friends and fans, and especially his mom, Bev, and his beautiful wife, Desiree. Again, I raise the final toast to you, Dave NESDALL. You are the best friend a man could ask for. We love you, we cherish you, we honor you, and I hope that some of my words have reached you in heaven. And I hope this was at least a semi-fitting tribute to all that you gave us, both as friends and we'll miss you and we love you. So there you go. Thank you everybody for tuning in. Let's thank our channel members for coming on tonight. And please feel free in the video to leave comments and accolades of Dave. And please watch on his channel tributes that they do and any other tributes that are done for him. And again, I say www.kidney.org. Dave would love if you made a contribution in his name to what was his favorite charity. That's the best parting gift you could give. And again, funeral information. We've said it earlier in the video. Johnny will put it in the chat. I'll read it one more time real quick. Funeral Saturday, May 7th. 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. McLaughlin Kramer Meagle Funeral Home, 220 Glen Street, Glen Cove, New York, 11542. You can send flowers, but I recommend instead of flowers, make a contribution to the Kidney Foundation under Dave's name. Honor him and thank him with that final parting gift. Let's give thank you to our beloved channel members. David Allen Wright, Mike Neese, Keenan Neighbors, Paul Martin Woods, Mr. Mick, Bubby Dukakis, Smallmouth Guy, Lawrence Christensen, Symmetry, Majestic PB&J, Cat, Warlag, Sherman Callahan, James S5150, James Gum, Wayno, Thomas Santiago, Vinyl Freak 59, Vinyl Freak 5150, Dan Halen, James G, Music Therapy Laz, Andy Carson, Rick Green, Christopher Live Sawa, All Dave, All Night, Murph Murphy, Steve Barton, Fernando Riley, Laguna Palms, Robot Master Switch, R2R3 Locking Nut, 6Chick71, John Morana, Hillary Lewis, Jeff T, 5150 TV, Kurt 5150, KXM Rock, Arhab, Stephen Franklin, Carol Hatcher, Sean Shreds, Margaret Scranton, Michael, the Captain Smith, Jesus Rapes Me, Nicole Mrazek, False Flag, Ghost BC Rich, Hugh Caldwell, Jim Nicholas, Mr. BHB Jr., that is Bruce, Thomas Santiago, Lenny Lewin, my little geriatric sex kitten Mary, Bozique, the Chad, Brian Spalding, and Steve Carmichael.
Steve Carmichael.
Everyone, thank you so much for joining us on this tribute to our friend and yours. And again, we love you and we miss you, David NESDALL. Buddy, this one's for you. Say hi to Eddie Van Halen in heaven for us. I'm sure he's enjoying your company, man. We'll miss you.
Thank you, everybody. And we will leave you with another clip. Let's see. We'll do this one here. All right. Good night, everyone.
We love you, Dave.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great, man. I'm having a great time.
Awesome. Dude, I gotta just tell you, man, you need to get rid of that beard. It's just time. Time for that thing to go.
What, you don't like the beard?
I mean, it's not like I gotta kiss you or anything, but I think it's gotta go. It's just looking ready.
Okay. All right, Mike. I'll get rid of it. All right. There we go. It's gone. How long's that thing been on anyway? That beard.
At least 10 minutes.
Oh, you're supposed to say at least 4 months.